of shit. Yeah, we need to stand up for ourselves and look. You know, it's been like the several elephants shitting in the room for a very long time, and I would like very much to, you know, kick it all into touch and just stop being so politically polite. Peter Thiel celebrated Brexit with Epstein as their first major success in trying to dismantle the EU. That's nice, isn't it? That's nice. And guess who Thiel owns? Yes, that's right. The vice president of the USA. Yeah, actually owns him, purchased, paid for, bent over, all of that. Just, I got to say, I didn't trust any of these MFers from the beginning. After falling for the Brexit scam myself, I realised what a terrible, terrible thing it was. How awful have we, like, why didn't we just shoot ourselves in our own feet? And, you know, now here we are. Also, anyone who endorsed Brexit should also be absolutely dragged out of their homes and tarred and fucking feathered at this point. Don't you think, Genesis Man?
No, Mockers, couldn't agree with you more. I think the whole of the UK is feeling the way you do. Is what the fuck did I do there? Because that was wrong. And don't forget, people, it was one of the closest votes ever. So all the promises they made, and Boris was leading the way, wasn't he? I mean, yes, he's good for Ukraine, but otherwise he's a complete other. Well, I can't say it. He just promised loads. Oh, what was it? 325 million a week or something? Oh, a lot of obviously the old red bus.
Yeah,
and
just absolute nonsense, absolute nonsense. And you know, they put a big headline up, and you know, everybody gets.
So what they did do, Mockers, was quite clever. Do you remember Cambridge Analytica? Who owns them? Peter Thiel. So
Yeah.
there you go. There you go. So it just, once it's all exposed, it lays itself out and becomes quite clear. And you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And you're absolutely right. They're just pushing all these far right parties across Europe to divide us. And the one thing that we all need to do now is just get back in our boxes, get back in Europe, rejoin the EU, and just tell them all to foxtrot Oscar. But yes, I totally agree with that. So I have started stuffing the nest. That's nonsense I'm talking about all night. Yes, stuffing the nest with some different stuff, and we can have a chat about that later. But where did you want to go next?
Well, I just wanted to point out that you know, Mr. Tony Blair, who's on this board of bullshit.
Oh yes, yes, and his lovely wife, who is
and his lovely wife, who's you know, being defending a Russian oligarch and his money. Yeah, well, believe it or not,
calling out for that. Yeah, go on. Anyway,
yeah, believe it or not, the pair of them are thoroughly involved. They blocked the exposure of some names using their law business and political clout, including people in his own cabinet, during the police investigation into PDF activity known as Operation Ore, which came out of an FBI investigation called Operation Avalanche. Neither of those ever convicted the big fish because guess what? They were all paid not to. So there we go. The figures in Operation Ore were enormous. 7,250 suspects identified, and well, an awful lot of children moved from suspected very dangerous situations, but not a single major name was ever convicted. Only the little guys. So only ever 100 charges came out of that. And you know what? That guy is fucking up to his neck in all that shit as well. So, you know, just pointing out that, no country is safe from this.
Political party, Mockers.
Yeah, no country's political party has been safe from this. And wow, that's just amazing, isn't it? Just not a shock, not enough at all. So, hello, are you dying? Close your mic when you're dying. Cheers. So,
Do
yeah,
apologise.
I just wanted to point out that this is why we're not helping Ukraine properly. This is why, because there's been so much effing compromise by Russia. I mean, so much. So yeah, when will they stop, gaslighting us to our fucking face? I mean, Russia is spending what, 5 billion per year still on their information operations, troll and bot farms, paid influencers, and guess what? It's aimed at globally destabilizing us and diminishing any support for Ukraine. So let's remember that people are there's more of us than there are of our governments. So fuck those guys, and let's get on it. Let's get on it because I'm not being funny, but all these rich men just their proclivities are disgusting, and we need to run them all out of town and tar and feather them. And if you don't know what tarring and feathering is, do look into it because it's something that the Irish used to do to people who were traitors. And it's particularly horrific, and you will need to completely shave your head to get it off. So you also you stand out from the crowd for some time afterwards as well. So yeah, gee whiz. As far as I'm concerned, if they could all just jump off a cliff, do us all a fucking favour. So anyway, let us talk about Russian women. No, not them giving Bill Gates sexually transmitted diseases. No, them actually forming new assault groups. Now, we know for a fact that Ukrainian women have joined the army in Ukraine, but for Russia, it was more of an anomaly, not regular thing. But no, they now have female assault groups because guess what? Women can carry weapons too. And we see here Anastasia Antipova killed in the Special Military Operations Zone, a soldier of the 272nd, God, my brain and numbers this morning, Motor Rifle Regiment, just in case you've got your pen and your military unit list, 36994. So she was killed in the vicinity of Kupiansk while carrying out combat missions. Well, she shouldn't have been there, should she? She shouldn't have been there. Just so as you know, they are indeed they are indeed desperate because they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't normally do that. And look at that absolute desperation. So just so as you know. So yeah, it's just unsurprising to me. And I'd just point out as well, Russian state TV particularly enjoying all of this. And they also point out that lying is very good and beneficial. And it's not unusual for government officials, the military, and the media to lie a lot. And he's also addressed the talk that all their weapons stockpiles have dried up, saying there is a leak of certain documents. However, our defence ministry has ordered a great deal of new equipment. Yes, you can write it down and order it and request it, but it doesn't mean it ever arrives, does it? So just point that out as well. So yeah, just pointing that out. I mean, G of the whiz. It's all happening, It explains a lot. Put it that way. It explains an awful lot. But did we not know this already? We just needed it confirming. I mean, I just do wonder how many people could have been saved an awful lot of hassle if they just believed some women, you know. But who would do that? Anyway, so this is why we've been so incredibly weak and cowardly, and this is why we maintain that position, because compromise. And I honestly think anybody even mentioned in these files as being up to anything nefarious at all, we literally need to, ostracize them from society. Fuck off, the lot of you. We don't want to know you. The problem is they've already wheedled their ways into places of power. Who would have known? Who would have known that would happen? Yeah.
Fuckers. So
Well,
they didn't go on Epstein's plane or Epstein's island for the view, did they? For Christ's sake, people, open your eyes is all I'm going to say. And you're absolutely right. You ladies should be in charge, and this shit wouldn't have happened.
well, I'll just say that if all of these men had just kept their zippers up, there'd be none of this compromat, would there? So, apparently, it's women who can't control themselves. Apparently, yeah. So, where are we here? Remember these ships in the Baltic Sea? That 14 countries and Northern and Western Europe signed a joint declaration to close the Baltic Sea to shadow fleet tankers. Remember that? Any ships that change their flag, turn off their transponders, or sail without proper documentation should be detained. All 5 of them ships went through the Baltic Sea, all 5 of them shadow tankers, without any fucking bother at all. Without any bother. And the only place where Russia is scared to sail is the Black Sea. And I wonder why that is. Is that because Ukraine actually do something about it? Ukraine actually, when they say they're going to do something, they go ahead and do it. I mean, I love honesty in people. I was always brought up never to lie, and I do still tell some little white lies from time to time. But don't lie about important things, basically. And if I was ever caught out doing so, woe betide me. I see why that was a really good thing to learn. So yeah, not all Russian supporters are pedos, Nazis, or terrorists, but all pedos, Nazis, and terrorists appear to support Russia. Just in case you needed clarification. Good God.
Kinetic sanctions are the best sanctions, Mockers. We all talk about sanctions, but actually, Ukraine are the only people that use the kinetic ones, and they work really well, people.
They absolutely do, and I can hear that the cat agrees. So there you go. Yeah, so I'm not. Oh my goodness gracious me! What is this guy doing? I'm sorry. I'm just looking at this one man on the battlefield here. I thought he was quite tubby, but no, he's just wearing several hundred layers of what's it called? Clothing to keep him warm.
Battle fatigues.
Yeah. So I don't know what was under his cloak, but he had a sort of like. I wonder if he was also covered in what are them things? Anti-tank mines. Anyway, he stood out against the snow because he was wearing green camouflage. Green camouflage. Walking around in a treeless winter wonderland. I don't know how they expected him to get anywhere. Yeah, just pointing this out. That they really are desperate at this point. I mean, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? Well, uh, yeah, it's just terrific. Just terrific that they expect this to be working out for them. If you ask me, they thought that we would all just bow down to them and say, you know what, you have Ukraine. You have it's only a small place anyway. We didn't want it. And then he's got control over, half the world's food. Yeah. Amazing that, isn't it? How we actually didn't roll over. Well, that's great, but we could be doing more. We could always be doing more. So let's have a look at Russia collapsing, because that really cheers me the fuck up. There's been a lot of that going on. I don't know if you've noticed, but that area in Murmansk over there, they apparently raised all the new power pylons, and then they still couldn't switch on any of the electricity because some more had fallen over somewhere else. They were looking a little bit limp, weren't they, Genesis Man? Bit.
Did you hear what they did first, Bockers? So they put the new pylons on wooden pylons. They just put wooden sticks up about 30 feet off the ground, and guess what? They all collapsed. So they go back and trying to sort the aluminium ones out. Now they did get some replacements for them, but like you said, further down the line, it happened again. So it's an ongoing situation for the electricians out there. I'm sorry, and they are working in really cold conditions. I mean, it's not 20 over there. I know, mate. So yeah, it's not good for them. They're not having a good time of it. Now, why can't they fix stuff, people? Because they don't can look after anything, do they? 1966, 1962, these things were put up, I think. Is that about right? 1962. Jesus Christ.
Well, that tells you everything you need to know, considering I was nothing but a twinkle at that point. Twinkle in the sky. They are having major problems, and one of which came with a nice map. I don't know if you saw this. Um, I'm going to retweet it just in case it's not in the nest, because I'm like that. So a map of the utilities outages in Russia for the week of the 19th to the 25th of January. And this has not gone away. In fact, if anything, it's got worse since then. But as you can quite clearly see, quite a lot. So electricity, gas and heating, water and sewage, all affected. And it says here, we started tracking this 2 years ago. Murmansk was again without power because more of their poles are broken. They're more like towers, but he says poles, whatever. This week, the outages are 51% higher than they were at the end of 2025, with 354 in 2026 versus 234 in 2025. And this year has just finished the first month. So, it looks as though they really are going downhill at a rate of knots. For this heating system, they have a total of 3,548 outages whereas the previous year's heating required 3,005 outages. So we're already 18% or a little bit more extra on what problems they were having the last year. And I think this really does go to show that, they hadn't planned to war for this long at all, at all. And the only real fly in their ointment was Ukraine fought back. I mean, how very rude of them. Also, this is only the stuff that makes it to the news. For example, Tatarstan reported 61 drinking water outages in 2026 alone. The Komi Republic has had 147 power outages in the first 2 weeks of 2026 alone. So some of the regions they don't have any information about. So they still are grey on the map. It's not because they're lacking issues, it's because they didn't have information about, whether they were affected or not. But the likelihood is, yeah. So these utilities just breaking apart in extreme cold weather, these things are things that, well, they hadn't planned on having to deal with, or at least they hadn't planned on having to deal with while also having a war, because technically they would have had the ways and the means and the money to sort these things out. It would have all been a little bit, budget and scarper and done sort of like, in a very haphazard manner. Like, we might pay for one thing, but we won't pay for the rest of it. These things would have got fixed sooner or later, eventually. But not anymore. Now people are pretty much on their own. They're just having to figure it out. I did see, though, in one area, they dug themselves because the snow was so very deep. They'd been digging themselves tunnels. Literally, like, just like you would in a maze. Like a hedge maze where the hedges are like taller than your head. Yeah. Well, it kind of looks like that. They've dug themselves like a little series of runs throughout this. What's it called? Snow. Really thick, deep snow. And one of the things that will do, I mean, that's quite useful actually, is that will keep you out the wind. So that's really useful actually. So yeah, I'm just saying that's quite a good thing for them. That at least it'll keep them out the wind, eh?
But it don't get better for them, Mockers, does it? Have you seen the weather forecast for Moscow for the whole of February?
Oh yes, oh yes. And that's not a big shock, is it? Not a big shock that they're going to end up in a worse situation. I mean, we've been waiting for this weather bomb or whatever to hit the rest of us as well. And yeah, Russia is not immune to it either, so that's a shame. And also, they're well placed to have one of the worst bouts of it too. So I'm very, very glad, very glad. So yeah. Um, Now I will just tell you, folks, that I know everything is fucking awful. I know everything is fucking awful, but this is what Russia wants us to feel like. That, despair, um, lack of hope, lack of concern about what's going on in Ukraine, and we're all just sat here licking our wounds, going, "Oh my God, this is awful." Um, Focus, focus. And no matter how overwhelmed I feel, when I look outside the window, my town is not on fire. So I'm okay right now. I can get on and concentrate on things which are important. Yeah. What's important to me is that Russia is cannibalizing itself in order to continue all this spreading of hatred. And well, it's all out in the open now, isn't it? Well, I say it is all out in the open. There's a chunk of it out in the open. And we can quite clearly see what they've been up to. And, impressive as it is, at least we know who to listen to and who not to listen to now, don't we? Yes. We know who's telling the truth and who's working for Russia. And, ignorance is indeed bliss, but it will get us all fucking killed. So if we could, just keep keep our brains going, and remember that critical thinking is what will save us all in the end. So anyway, Russian woe. Let's have a little bit more of this. What happened yesterday? Well, Ukraine hit a Russian repair base. They also hit some UAV control points and military facilities. Also, quite big news that these unverified Starlink terminals will be disabled. Now, my only concern is then all of Ukraine's Starlink terminals will be registered, and then all that can be handed over to the Russian government by their shill Elon Musk. What fun, hey, that we've got to deal with people who are quite clearly Russian assets. Gosh. I don't know, but I just know that Mr. Budanov will not put up with any nonsense. So perhaps we could also, just point that out to the Muskie. Sweden provided a large package. Yes, they did. And I'm sure Jenny's very proud of their large package. And Atesh have been at it again, blowing stuff up, and a large transformer cabinet, which was in a particularly sensitive location, also blown up. So lovely, lovely stuff. And it would seem that Ukraine are getting very good at finding and destroying Russian air defense and launch points at the moment. Well, all Russia can do is attack civilian transportation. I have noticed that. Yeah. I've got to talk about it. So there was a bus carrying people who were going to work in the mine, or maybe going home from the mine. I'm not sure what time of day it was. I think it was morning. And the Russians literally chased them down with a bunch of UAVs and killed about 12 people, I think. These were not soldiers. These were literally just men going off to work. And that tells you all you need to know, doesn't it? That they would waste their munitions on something like that, because it's not about fighting the army. It's about murdering the civilians, because they've realised that they can't fight the army. Now, let's have a little look at Sweden's big package. So what have we got here? Air defense systems, Saab radars, electronic warfare, and drones, including deep strike drones. Oh, seriously, just hand over some fucking missiles at this point, because we already know that Russia's got everybody flipping compromised, so we might as well just let them compromise those people out in the open. Hand over the missiles and watch the dominoes fall. Because they all need to, honestly, just open a window and start throwing them out, as far as I'm concerned. Every last one of them. Anyway, Mikhailo Fedorov, doing a good job. He is doing a great job. Nice when we put younger people in charge and, they actually get shit done instead of just talking about it. Amazing, isn't it, what happens when you put the right person in the job? So he's been discussing some purchase of ballistics through the Pearl program, which I'm sure will work out just fine. Yeah. But anyway, if they can get hold of those, it will help them launch something called the Brave Sweden program for defence innovation. They also discussed the supply of Gripen, which, well, you see, now some things are sort of like out there in the public. Perhaps we can just go, fuck you, we're sending the Gripen at this point. And the transfer of Meteor missiles, which are key tools for countering aircraft carrying guided aerial bombs. I would love to see some Russian aircraft be shot out of the sky, more Russian aircraft be shot out of the sky. And we really do need to give credit for Sweden because they are giving an awful lot and maybe not as compromised as the rest of us, hey? Maybe not. So good for them. Now, Ukraine haven't let up on firing shit at Russia, by the way. No, they have not. It would appear that Russia's just changed their tactic from electrical and, heating infrastructure to trains and vehicles and buses and things like that. So, that's nice, isn't it? That they just swap tactic rather than just, being a bit less shitty. But no, we've got to remember that this is Russia and they will be as shitty as we can possibly think, and if not worse. So, anyway, Ukraine is not letting up on them. There was alerts in the Kursk region last night and Oriol, and Russian media reported drones were heading from the southwest through the region. Wonder where they were off to, hey? Wonder where they were off to. I found the tunnels. They were in Kamchatka. So I want to know the outcome of those drones and missiles being fired into Russia, because there's been quite a few recently. I don't know if you spotted the drone bombers map the other day, but it contained quite a few either jet drones or missiles, and I was very excited to see that. And this should continue every day and every night until Russia goes home. Guess what? They hit another maternity hospital in Zaporizhia. Of course they fucking did. Because it's not about defeating their army, it's about murdering people. We've stopped targeting energy infrastructure, but we're going to continue to hit maternity hospitals. That, it's just fucking monstrous. Now then, I've had an update. There were actually 15 miners killed after this bus strike. So they may not be hitting, heating and lighting infrastructure, but this bus was transporting workers of DTEC. So the vehicle caught fire and burned out completely. And while people were trying to help them, Russia hit it again with another drone because, why not? Why not? It was right. So they've been confirmed as mine workers who work for DTEC, and emergency services were also struck as they came to help them. So that's just horrific, isn't it? So they're no longer going after military targets at all. 100% of Russia's missiles and drones are just attacking civilians at this point. If we could just throw them all out the fucking window, please. Anyone who says anything supportive of Russia at this point, just hand them over to me, and we'll have words. I'm so angry. I could, These people were going home after their shift as well, so they weren't even off to work. They were off home. No, I'll just say, give me 5 minutes with them. Just give me 5 minutes with them because I'm so angry. And anyway, so Russia's been blackmailing everybody, and we need to make sure that everybody's aware of this because whenever anybody says anything kind about Russia, I'm going to knock them out. So yeah, just so you know. Nobody near me better be simping for Russia, put it that way. Otherwise, they'll be fucking in so much pain. So, a little bit of fun in Moscow. It's going to snow in Moscow for the entirety of February. No, what a fucking shame. I don't know if you've noticed, but all of their buses at the moment are going by people power, Genesis now.
How that works. Or do they just walk to the next one like they did the other day? Bloody useless, isn't it?
Well, and even if the public transport is working, if you go to the fourth item of the nest there, it's worth a mention. A woman sat on the bus here says, well, this is like the state of the Russian Oreshnik. And you can quite clearly see that this bus is, well, I have a feeling that it was a nice bus a long, long time ago, and not anymore. So I'll just retweet that as well. But she says, yes, look at this bus, Ryazan 2025. This is the public transport we have here. But it's okay. At least we have Oreshnik missiles. So she gets it. She's not going to say anything like other than what she already has, and she's probably in trouble for that as well. But yeah, it tells you a lot, doesn't it? Tells you a lot. The fact that she knows all about that. Yes, it's nice that we have Oreshnik missiles, but look at the fucking buses. And
State of that, boggers. You'd find that in a third world country. Oh, hang on. No, hang on. No, let me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Russia, third world country. That's about right, I suppose. Yeah, about right.
Yeah, exactly. So now, sorry, I'm just enjoying Boris's Pistorius his talk about farts. Did you hear him chat about farts?
Oh, go on.
A happy fart never comes from a miserable ass. This was his way of bluntly explaining to Europeans why they're spending so much on militarization. He stressed that Germany's new equipment and weapons are absolutely necessary because Russia's going to come and try and be at war with us all. He urged Germans and Europeans alike to maintain their optimism and determination, despite rising military spending and the overall situation. Yeah, a happy fart never comes from miserable ass. And now we know what the turn of phrase is. Now, it actually, somebody says, a better explanation of the translation is this: a miserable ass cannot produce a happy fart. So there you go. Just in case you needed to know. That's amazing. We do love a fart joke. I didn't think I would ever hear him proclaiming a fart joke in, a public meeting, but here we are. This is where we are these days. So I told you that the Atesh people and the Legion of Russia, the Freedom of Russia Legion, those people, they've been up to stuff. we don't hear an awful lot about the Freedom of Russia Legion these days because a lot of them went home, but they didn't go home just for, visiting grandma and to get some tea and cookies. No, no, no. This is a summary of what they've been doing just in January alone. So, the village of Kochiguri in the Belgorod region, there was a whole bunch of military equipment and vehicles that was set on fire in that location. And it would seem that it was those guys. In a place called Minchurinsk in the Tambov Oblast, Russian Federation, they took out some important relay cabinets. In Novosibirsk in the Russian Federation, they took out another locomotive. Remember, Russia's getting very short on locomotives, and they can't buy any new ones because nobody will do business with them. And, well, I just feel as though they're going to get to a point where they just don't have enough. Remember how vast they are? Yes, well, vastness comes with its own problems. Maybe they should, break themselves up into smaller regions and stop trying to take over all their fucking neighbours, and things would be a lot easier for them. Oh, no, they're never going to do that, are they? Not unless they absolutely have to. No. So there's Nizhove settlement in Kaliningrad/Königsberg. And look at that. Freedom of Russia Legion fucking around in Königsberg as well. And they took out a communications tower in that location. They're everywhere, aren't they? Engels, again, they took out an important relay cabinet. In Novokuznetsk in the Kemerovo region in Russia, transformers were burned. And transformers, those things which are really hard to get. And we literally, we don't produce that many, and everybody needs them. And it's a real point of vulnerability because, the amount of new transformers that Ukraine has had to have provided just in order to keep the lights on. Because Russia keeps taking them out. So, well, I guess Russia's going to feel the same pain. Yeah. I'm delaying because I'm trying to decide how to say this next word. Pozhorika village, maybe it's in Sverdlovsk. Another relay cabinet. Yeah. And Obinsk in Kaluga. Now, there was what they're calling a punitive vehicle. Now, I'm assuming this belonged to the OMON or somebody like that, these like police or what have you. And this would have been like one of those vehicles where they have maybe an LRAD or a water hose on it or something like that. When they say a punitive vehicle, I'm thinking something like that would be used to, crowd control. That's the sort of thing that's in my head anyway.
All right,
so
yeah. With a water cannon, you mean?
Yeah, that sort of thing. So, now somebody says, why have drone strikes diminished in Russia? What has happened? Well, what has happened is they haven't diminished. We just don't hear as much about them. And why don't we hear as much about them? Well, it's because they keep turning off the fucking internet. And I believe there's, here we go, Roskomnadzor, those people, reported that they have blocked almost 5 million websites as well as the internet regularly. That's nice, isn't it? So they've blocked more than 4.7 million pages on the internet as part of their fight against prohibited information, which is basically the truth. So they don't like the truth, so they've prohibited it. And the head of the Department of their Licensing, Work Control and Supervision in the field of mass communications stated that these have all been blocked. She's called Tatiana in Deniskina, maybe. Anyway, I don't care. According to her, the work on identifying illegal content has been ongoing since 2012. I bet you they've not blocked any actual illegal content though. So over this time, the number of types of prohibited information has increased 10 times, from 3 types, which would be, your exploitation and stuff like that, to 30 different types of things which are now considered illegal in Russia, such as, the truth. On the basis of a number of court decisions and decisions of organised bodies, or authorised bodies even, as well as in the framework of working interaction with Russian social media administrations. More than 4,710,000 websites on the internet. Illegal information has been removed or access to it restricted. So basically, if you need to know anything about what's going on outside Russia now, you can't. You can't. In 2025 alone, they restricted access to 1.289 million materials on the network, which is 59% more than the figure for the previous year. So basically, the Iron Curtain is, well, it's not so much physical as online these days. So there you go. Now, the Freedom of Russia Legion would also like to point out that they were busy last year too. Go on.
No. You say your bit. I've got another bit for you.
Okay. And they released a video where they, in December, took out a large Russian ammunition depot and eliminated the Russian personnel there, approximately 7 kilometers behind enemy lines in the Kharkiv region. Now, I'm going to assume this is probably already in the nest, but I'm still going to retweet it because, well, it shows them in action, and exactly where they were and how this happened. So sometimes, when you see these things exploding and you don't have an idea of where the drones came from, it might just be because there were no drones. It was these guys. And yeah, there's a video there with, let's just say, some unfortunate Russians attached. Go ahead.
Sorry, did you say go ahead?
I did, yeah.
All right. So you know your favourite Russian propagandist in the world, Solyolov, and the only reason I put it in there is just so as I can hear you say his name again. So they're going on about Starlinks, and Ukraine has had a word with Elon Musk and Starlink, and they've started to shut them down, haven't they? Well, they're all the Russians are having a little moan now because their little toys aren't working, and it's bad when Solyolov goes on telly and has a rant at Elon Musk, which is exactly what he's doing. So there's 3 minutes of him going on at Elon Musk, which I think is quite funny, really. But there you go. Just wanted to tell you.
Oh, bless. Well, you see, Elon's trying to cover up the fact that he's also thoroughly compromised with, all that Epstein shit. And he's like, no, look at me, I'm a good guy, really. Look at all these good things that I'm doing. Shit. So yeah, I love the fact that he immediately went to nuclear weapons, because that is sort of the fallback position for any Russian annoyance. That we're going to have to use nuclear weapons now. So apparently they're now going to use nuclear weapons in space to get rid of Musk's satellites, because that's going to work. Like I say, I honestly think this might actually be Russia taking an L in order to find out exactly where Ukraine's Starlinks are. And I wouldn't trust this as far as I can fucking throw it, because I'm really cynical now about the whole lot of them. But for the moment, the unauthorized Starlink use from the Russians does appear to have been curtailed. And I have noticed that Elon himself has been replying to Mikhailo Fedorov and saying, Yes, yes. We're trying our best. It looks like the steps we've taken are working. Let us know if more needs to be done. Gravel, gravel. Because look, I'm a good guy, really. So Mikhailo Fedorov has confirmed the first steps are already really delivering real results. And we're working very closely with the SpaceX team on the next important steps. And he's blowing a bit of smoke up Elon's arse here by saying a true champion of freedom and friend of the Ukrainian people, But sometimes you just have to say things which are, gross in order to get
Oh,
what you need.
don't make me
Yeah,
sick, for fuck's sake. Yeah.
I know. There's been an awful lot of necessary ass kissing, and it really bothers me. It does that Ukrainians are forced to do this sort of shit. But I tell you what, if it's working for them, everything's fair in war, isn't it? Everything's fair in war, so we'll just leave it there. But still, you. Um, but we can be well aware that Ukraine will do whatever it takes to save their nation, and if that means sometimes having to say things which are a little bit distasteful, um, then you know that um that has to be done, I guess. Um oh, I've got to send Prince something. I've just seen it and I've got to send it to it. Bear with me. Um what? Oh, sorry. Right. So I've also got the numbers and the Air Force report. So looking at the time, I think we should do those, yes? We should do those. Um Remember when Ukraine said that Russia were aiming for 1,000 drones a day? They're there. They're already there, by the way. I knew you'd like that, Prince. I knew you'd like that. So 1,083 today on here. I'll get that out of the way to begin with because, yesterday was, I think, a slightly lower number, but prior to that, they've been going over 1,000 and they're getting there. So anyway, let's have a look at the rest of the numbers. We have 850 liquidated personnel. We have 2 tanks and 1 armoured personnel vehicle. Just the one. 25 artillery systems, but these are the ones that cheer me up. 1 MLRS and 1 more air defence system. Excellent work. And then we've got 146 vehicles and fuel tanks. It's almost as though Ukraine's just hunting those things down these days. Oh, yes, they are. They are. And 2 more special equipment. Nice. So, how many UAVs were shot into Ukraine last night? Well, 172 items in total, but 171 of those were UAVs, and there was also an Iskander M ballistic missile to accompany them, which unfortunately was not shot down. Do you know that the Iskander launch sites could have been taken out if Ukraine had the right missiles to do it? And Europe has the right missiles to do it. They just won't give them to Ukraine. Can you imagine how frustrating that shit is? Because if I were the Ukrainian leader, I'd have fucking strangled somebody by now. I mean, that man just has the most incredible patience because we are all just standing here like children while he's the only adult in the room, as far as I can tell. But count. Oh, well, we don't really want to do that. Oh, great, thanks. So
What's the
we'll just
official?
die. Don't worry about it.
What's
What?
the official excuse this time, Mockers? Yeah, come on.
Exactly. It's all bullshit, and it's just like we don't want to because it might upset Russia. Well, I tell you what, fuck them, upset them because they're going to attack us anyway, So we might as well just get on with it, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, 172 items in total, but 157 of them enemy UAVs shot down and suppressed, which is pretty darned impressive. So according to preliminary data, yes, I managed to say it, as of 9 a.m., air defences shot down and suppressed 157 enemy UAVs of the Shahed, Gerbera type and drones of other types in the north, south and east. A ballistic missile and 12 strike UAVs have been recorded in 8 locations. The attack continues. Now, it's very likely that they haven't hit heating infrastructure, but they have hit every single heating plant in the entirety of Ukraine. So, they don't need to do that anymore, do they? And that's probably why they've agreed to, chill out on that, because they're like, yeah, we've already done all that. So, just to point out, in January alone, Russia attacked Ukraine with more than 6,000 attack drones, approximately 5,500 guided aerial bombs, and 158 missiles of various types. That comes from Zelensky. Almost all of this directed either against energy supply, railways, or anything else that could be considered infrastructure supporting and sustaining normal life. And these attacks continue. I mean, just last week, Russia deployed more than 980 attack drones and nearly 1,100 guided aerial bombs and 2 missiles against Ukraine. They are attempting to disrupt logistics and transportation between cities and towns and cut each place off, basically. It's all very well and good for us to write out things like how much we condemn in the strongest terms the systematic destruction of civilian Ukrainian energy infrastructure and all of this, and talk about all this just and lasting peace. But unless we actually do something to help Ukraine achieve it, then it's just all fucking words. It's just all words. And it's so fucking stupid. It really is. Russia could end the war tomorrow simply by going the fuck home. But they continue the genocidal invasion for the same reasons they started it: power and conquest. And it won't end until continuing it is a threat to his rule. And before anyone, this is coming from Gary Kasparov, by the way, wants to sound even stupider, Witkoff and the other Trump sycophants speaking about diplomacy or anything like it are talking shite. That was my interjection. The inability to speak the simple truth about the aggressor and the victim, it reinforces which side they're on. Kremlin scripted rhetoric wouldn't be so meaningful if it were contradicted by action, but it's not. So we know for a fact that Russia has compromised one of our biggest allies, and they have abandoned all their democratic friends in the hope of making profitable deals with Putin and his oligarchs. And we need to, get that right in our heads. And if we want peace, real peace, Putin has to beg for it on his fucking knees. And this has always been the case. And, so it's all really clear as far as I'm concerned. It's really clear and obvious that we need to get that done. And I don't understand why some Russian blood money should be able to completely compromise everybody's fucking morals. I mean, everybody's morals. Absolutely effing disgusting. I am just so angry. So angry. You have no idea how angry I am. Let's just say nobody better be annoying me, because I'll absolutely kick the shit out of them at this point, because I have no chill left. So where am I? I'm going to pull myself together and we're going to carry on.
Marcus,
Yes.
You're not going into work today, are you?
Yeah, yeah, I am. I'm not going into the office, but I am going into the office tomorrow. That's going to
Oh,
be
good
fun, isn't
God.
it?
Yeah. Best you do your
You
bit
know what
before
I
you go
actually
in.
do when I'm in the office?
Go
I
on.
sit a whole row away from everybody else. I literally sit by myself on a complete bank of desks by myself. Why? Because anybody talking to me is just going to piss me off at the moment. And I just keep any kind of speech with them, very small talk, because, anything more than that, and they'll get a tirade of anger from me. Not because they deserve it, just because of how annoyed I am. And so, yeah. Mm-mm. Also, you'd be glad to know that the Daily Express in the UK has launched a Give Us a Proper Brexit campaign. Would you believe it's backed by Nigel Farage, Boris Johnson, Kemi Badenoch, and Jacob Rees-Mogg? So I would like to know how many children they have all been fucking, because that's the reason they're doing that. Or how much Russian money they're receiving, because that as well. Well, just
That would be the answer. How much Russian money are they getting to come out with that crap? I mean, it's a proven fact. Farage is on the Russian payroll. Absolutely proven.
well, yeah, and Boris has obviously been brought round, and so those other people, that Kemi Badenoch, whoever he is, and Jacob Rees-Mogg, well, he's always been a haunted fucking pencil of a man, so I'm not surprised that he's a piece of shit. And he does look as though he's got, like, lots of problems in his now then. There's so much going on. I'm just having a quick look at 24 stateless shadow tankers in European waters at the moment. Is anyone going to pick these fuckers up? Anyone? Good God. Like I say, I'm getting a little bit annoyed that we all talk this talk and can't seem to back it up with anything, that looks like action. Yeah, that's it's a bother. It's a bother. Anyway. According to Medvedev, Russia's had a good look, and the submarines that Trump said were directly off their coast, they don't exist either. There's a fucking shock, eh? However, I'd also like to point out that submarines are quite difficult to track and find, so it may just be that they can't find them. Now, let's have a little bit more woe, because, like I say, it's the only way to cheer me up. And I need another coffee as well. Sorry, I'm that old now. I have to make noises when I get up. Everything hurts, and I don't recommend growing up. By the way, 0 out of 10, not recommended. So Russia in the Kirov region, 21 freight cars have derailed. Oh dear. Could that be because, maintenance? I'm sure they understand what maintenance is. They just don't do it. Now, this freight train was apparently carrying grain. So I hope nobody's going hungry as a result. And I have a funny feeling that people probably are going to go hungry. That we won't hear about it because they've turned the internet off. Way of keeping things under wraps, isn't it? Just turn off the information machine. So I'll just have a little look on what it says in Kommersant here. 21 freight cars derailed on a stretch of track in the Kirov region. Nobody was injured, because they never are. Delays to passenger trains are now expected, however. Oh dear. So they say emergency trains were dispatched to the scene to help, and one of the tracks had to be closed, which means that, passengers are on the commuter train will be transferred by bus. You know, the buses that they're having to push through the snow. Those buses, yes. Oh, hello. Little, I'm making a cuppa, aren't I? So all the cats were like, "Hi, hi. Guess what? Guess what? We need we need some milk. That's what we need." Yes, they're all on it. So that's so sad. Then I've got just gonna don't mess about, just bookmark. Thank you. Then we've got this. Gasoline shipments from Russian ports fell by 40% by the end of 2025. And I can guarantee that most of that was due to Ukrainian sanctions, you know, the kinetic variety, and not down to us not wanting to buy it, I can assure you. But they write as though they're not in a war. You see, they don't talk about the drone strikes that they've been unable to stop. They just talk about unscheduled refinery shutdowns, as though, you know, that's something which just happens naturally. Unscheduled refinery shutdowns. I feel as though, you know, that there's something that they're not admitting to. But when they do admit, it's only a bit of debris that caused the problem. A month ago, they spoke about a petroleum refinery in the Krasnodar region after a drone attack on New Year's Eve. And they basically just said that debris strikes again. And it was the Ilsky oil refinery, for anybody who needs to check that on their list. Food exports have fallen more than 25% by weight in 1 year. So from 109 million tonnes to 80 million tonnes. And I'll go out on a... Well, transportation, production, and the fact is not always worthy. I think those things can all go into the pot of why this, all of those things together. So that's something. Now, there's some phrasing here. There's some phrasing. A man suspected of stealing butter was caught in the Moscow region. Do you know what he was doing with his butter? He was sticking it down his pants. Yes. And the title of this what's it called? It's called a article. The title is "Pants Full of Happiness." Well, you know, that I'm sure that's very happiness. But yes, it was because he was walking around with half a grocery store's full of butter in his fucking pants. Very weird, very weird. I just feel as though, you know, butter generally comes in square, sort of rectangular chunks. And I'm going to suggest that would stand out, sticking out of your pants. It grows an appendage that shape, I'll just say that. So this has already begun, people trying to steal large quantities of, you know, whatever they can get their hands on in grocery stores. I have noticed as well that they've started putting small chocolate bars inside those plastic cases so that you can't steal them, because, you know, anything small enough to be put in a pot is going to be stolen unless you take measures for it not to be stolen. And that tells you something, doesn't it? That tells you that A, people don't have money, B, the black market is arising, and C, that they're a bunch of fucking thieves. Yes, they are. So this might be time to point something out, right? That you know how there's lots of protests going on in the US, but, you know, protests against, you know, bad government. Well, in Russia, you can't protest in the same way. But you can get away with doing some stuff, such as losing paperwork making food wrong, using decaf instead of regular, over-tightening lug nuts, stripping spark plugs, deleting tickets from a system. It's your right to make mistakes. Everything adds up. Just do it. And this is the sort of thing that Russians have been doing, or at least some of them, because, you know, this is the only sort of protest that they'll be able to get away with. Many of the interesting photo choices. Remember the State Duma banned photojournalists from filming their sessions? Well, that's because the photojournalists kept revealing that instead of, doing anything in their plenary sessions, they were basically, there was one guy caught playing a game. There was another guy caught looking at Rolex watches, you know, even though he was already wearing a very expensive watch, he was looking at buying himself a new one. Which I'm quite sure everybody in his constituency cannot afford. And just lots of things like this. They got caught out doing lots of things that they probably shouldn't be doing. So that's why they banned the photojournalists, not because they didn't like the photographs that they were taking, because they didn't like what it showed the public. So they even stopped that small act of rebellion. And so any small acts of rebellion are worth noting. These photographers were thrown out officially for their lack of awareness and their desire to show deputies in a bad light, because it was pretty much the only form of protest that they had. So don't assume some overall trend isn't occurring because it doesn't look like you expected it to. Conversations with people who lived under Soviet occupation will also confirm this, that people would do things like, poison alcohol and stuff like that in order to, get rid of certain people. And they would say, here you go, we've brought you some alcohol. Remember those ladies who were going round the bases in Crimea and providing them with, like Christmas baskets or Easter baskets of food and alcohol and things like that. Well, yeah, that sort of thing. And it continues to this day. Maybe not those particular ladies, but just weaponized incompetence. Now, I've seen this used in other ways, but the whole point is that this weaponized incompetence might explain why a few of these things are breaking the way they are doing, in spectacular fashion, because people are just maybe just not doing their job properly, or maybe doing their job just making sure that they, forget to do something, such as failing to tighten an oil filter after a service, because if you put it on loosely enough, it will unscrew itself and fall off, and stuff like that. So, yeah, there's lots of these stories, and this is the way to fight without the same risk. So it's always worth, remembering that people are still able to do stuff, just not big, not loud, but it's still going on. Oh, sorry, I just got a flash off my plug there. That's nice to know. So, would you believe this? By the way, linguists in Russia, cunning ones, obviously, have noted the increase in the use of obscene language. Russians have started swearing more. And
Get the fuck out of here.
I know. What a disaster. There's an awful lot of blats going on a lot of the videos that I've seen. So I get it. But yeah, Russians have started swearing a lot more. And as of 6 months ago, they were actually going to have to teach Russians the Russian language with the swearing removed because it had become such a large part of the spoken word. Now that just cheers me ever so slightly that is funny as. But Russians must be retaught the Russian language without swearing. Well, just fucking try it, mate. I'm sure that'll work out. Now, wow. Now, I've heard about this in Ukraine that you've got to be a little bit careful of ice in this sort of weather. Don't know if you've noticed that some of the buildings, as you're going in the entrances and stuff, there'll be like massive icicles, and you don't want one of them landing on your head because it will probably kill you. And this has happened here. A block of ice fell on a Rostov resident. The victim was hospitalized, but her head was crushed. I'm going to say that suggests that she's not going to come out of that. So it's a similar problem in Russia. And, as soon as it gets ever so slightly milder, you're going to have to watch for people being killed by falling ice and large icicles stabbing people to death. I mean, it's very Final Destination, isn't it? Very Final Destination. What we're looking at here, Russians expect inflation to reach 14%, while the central bank promises it will be much less than that, up to 3 times less than that. There's a massive discrepancy between expected and actual inflation. I think we need to, start singing the song, one of these things is not like the other. When inflation expectation is so very, very different to what the central bank is wanting, we know for a fact that the central bank is no longer in control. No matter what they try and do, for example, the key rate now is 16%. It should usually be 1 to 2 points above inflation, and the 1-year bond should be at or below inflation, so that suggests 14%. However, trying to estimate the real inflation rate without honest, detailed data is bound to be an exercise in approximations. If the systems are not rigged, real inflation should be between the key rate, which is 16%, and the 1-year or shorter bond yield, which is 14%. So it does make sense that that's what people expect. However, they're also fueling it by rampant spending as they run out of reserves and they have to cut back on spending on both civilian services and the military. Only then will inflation begin to drop. And at that point, it won't be a good thing. So that's good to know, isn't it? That as soon as we start seeing inflation dropping in Russia, we know they're fucked. Just, technical term there. Meanwhile, in Russia, prune requires points. A volcano erupted in Kamchatka. I have noticed that these things keep happening just in this particular area. Kamchatka has been Kamchatka'd with another volcano. It seems to happen yearly now for Kamchatka, that their volcano is just going off. And I do wonder if they've upset the volcano gods or something. But it's been erupting for a couple of days, and there is every possibility that it's going to cause a problem because they have an airbase over there called Kluchi, something like that. Kluchi, maybe. Well, if you remember the massive disruption that a smoking volcano caused to air travel some years back, show my age. then yeah, that that might just happen around there, and that would be a terrible shame for them that they can't get any air travel in and out. Um, so yeah, just point that out. Now then, um, a little bit of a fun thing to note. Putin, who idolizes Peter the First of Russia, Peter the Great, is losing control of their warm water European ports. Lake NATO in the north, Ukrainian sanctions in the south, and Turkey controls the Bosphorus. Master strategy, hey? Absolute master strategy. Now, do you want a little bit of sadness from Gherkin? Would you like to hear Gherkin's sad sorry tale?
Has he produced another story from his cell block, which is they're always entertaining, aren't they? And usually full of woe mockers. Is it woe? I'm hoping it's woe.
Well, he's very sad about the whole situation, yeah. And you're right, he usually is quite entertaining. But I do wonder how he's able to get all this out and how he's able to say what he says, because he must have some very good friends who are keeping him from death because this sort of stuff. He says, it will end like Milosevic. Strelkov predicted Putin will eventually face a trial in The Hague. If he lives that long, eh? The Hague already convicted Strelkov, by the way, Igor Gherkin, of his part for shooting down the Malaysia airline flight MH17, just in case you didn't know. But he says Russia's top leadership faces the fate of Slobodan Milosevic. What a name, eh? The former president of Serbia, who was convicted by the International Criminal Tribunal, that one, for war crimes during the Yugoslav wars and died in prison. Says a man who's probably going to die in prison. What is our leadership counting on? I honestly don't quite understand. Forgiveness? There won't be any. Reconciliation? There won't be any. It will all end like with Milosevic. It's completely obvious now. Well, that's nice to know. That's really nice to know. Thank you so much, Igor, for being such a fucking doomer. But also, he does tell the truth quite a lot these days. And it's not surprising that he's feeling a bit sad about it all, a bit down about it all. And it's interesting that he's able to say these things. I mean, I always felt like this guy was like a pressure release, that, he would come out and say some things which everybody knew was true, but just didn't want to admit. And he was sort of able to say them, as a bit of like controlled opposition. And now they've chucked him in prison for being a little bit too truthful. But he's still getting away with speaking out. And I just find this fascinating, the fact that he's even allowed to speak out,
Uh,
especially
because
when he's in a jail cell. Yeah.
so I'm with you. I don't know how this is working, but perhaps War Doggo can spread some light on it. War Doggo, you're on, sir. Welcome up.
Morning, my dear.
Morning. Thanks for an interesting update. Yes, definitely. And adding to all of this, you can imagine that Russians are still having an impression. They have the perception that they are winning, and that's why the peace negotiations, any initiatives to a ceasefire is somehow hitting the wall of Russians being sure that they are winning, and their position is based on that. If not today, tomorrow they will break the Ukrainian defense forces defense lines, and they will get to operative maneuver area, and yeah, things will look very good for them, they think. In fact, this war has been already said to be kind of, despite it is horrible, despite it has the slowest of advance rates by Russian army, considering the whole engagement they have thrown into the battle, which is even ridiculous. And with all of this ridiculousness, they do the horrible things, bombing civilians, sending drones to maternity houses. Just yesterday, they have smashed with a drone the bus that was carrying the miners to work. And you know how it works. Russia is always being saying that they are protecting the Russian speakers, they are protecting the hardworking men, and so far and so on. That's actually how they protect. I mean, I don't have to explain you all of this Russian bullshit we have been debunking and discussing so many times. Russia just simply genocidal shithole. It makes everyone who shares the neighbor with them suffer, and those who do not share the border with them will consider that is not their business for as long as until they say, you know, enough is enough. We have to send our boys with our feet on the ground to stop that bloodbath. That's actually how it worked many years in the history, many times in the history. That's the story of the Second World War. That's the story of former Yugoslavia. You mentioned Slobodan Milosevic and all of the guys. I mean, I'm not trying to compare all of that all together, because definitely it has their own context and the reasons, but just the outcome is always the same. The dictator needs to be smashed, and those who commit the genocidal invasions and brutal wars against the civilian population, they have to be punished, because Ukraine is screaming this since 2014. When army is used as the continuation of political will, is actually the bad way we're heading to the world, where everyone is trying to do what they think is right, and just simply using not the power of law, but the law of power. And that's kind of the bad thing Ukraine is screaming since 2014. And if we could do something with that earlier, it would actually pay out with much less return on investment that we have to involve right now. And tomorrow it will cost even more than it costs right now. And that's kind of the thing, if to put it in the right perspective. But again, I'm just repeating the same things we mentioned here. Beautiful audience of Volya Radio, and Volya Radio doing absolutely an amazing job in sharing the context about Ukraine. And we do not have to repeat all of the things. Sometimes we just, you know, remind the things because it is important. Some things are important for the context. And the most important thing I would like to mention is you can see the latest message in the nest. This is to say that from actual result of proactive fundraiser from 33.16K that are actually raised since the beginning of the fundraiser. And you can see the status at the Give Butter page. The link is there in the nest. All 33K has been used already to purchase and deliver the equipment. You can see the list in the table. I put it in the table just everyone has the helicopter view of what exactly has been purchased. I'm not making the pictures of the receipts, because in many receipts I would have to blur the names of those who purchase and those who were purchased, and you know. But definitely the NGO, the non-profit organization, Beautiful Sunflower Seeds Ukraine, who are holding funds for that fundraiser as a part of the reporting they have from from us all the receipts for every purchase. So every line that you can see here in the Excel is, of course, supported by every receipt. The whole report, it overall is a receipt of your funds that you dedicate to this fundraiser. Proper use, you can see every item in the list, from gear to alpha to the optical equipment, the red dot thermal sight that we were previously raising for Andrei Besona from 18th Brigade National Guard of Ukraine. You can see the list and you can recall every initiative we were discussing before, and now you can see all of those materialize, because all of the items that you can see here in the list, they were already delivered. Video is that is also there in the messages, saying our thanks from Andriy and his teammates for the diesel air heaters that were delivered to them. We have delivered 9 already. The to 18th Brigade plus Alpha, another 6 are on the way to Alpha, another Alpha guys, and we still have the opportunity to deliver more. The winter condition the winter conditions are harsh in Ukraine right now, independently if you're in the east of Ukraine, if you're in Kiev, if you're in the western part of Ukraine, or a bit milder in the south. South is always privileged to have better the sea over there, and overall it's very beautiful. And the best weather obviously is in the subtropical part of the southern part of Crimea, Yalta, Yevpatoria, unfortunately temporarily occupied by Russians. But I have my dream, but dream is a goal without a target without a deadline. And what we actually do in order to bring the dream come true is actually target that has without deadline, but has definitely all the commitment and efforts to make this true, is supporting those who hold Ukrainian peaceful skies and hold the line from Russians coming, because we know what happens when Russians come. And now the most important probably from my previous ranting is that you can contribute to that fundraiser. You just simply click the link, you see the details of the fundraiser, you see all the funds coming live, the tracker is there, and on the right there are all the beautiful messages that people decide to share, wrapping their donations in nice words that guys are reading. And you can set or one-time donation or monthly donation to do so. Or you can just simply retweet the message, letting others know that this fundraiser is going, and we have our proactive efforts in supporting those who hold peaceful Ukrainian skies, because, as it is discovered by recent releases of famous files, islands, and so far and so on. Unfortunately, Russia is always in the game, corrupting the politicians. And, when Ukrainians, since many, many years, they were saying, hey, you see one far-right politic that is surprisingly or unsurprisingly saying some bullshit about Ukraine should not be supported, you have to prize Russia, and so far and so on. You know what? At the end, he has Russian money in his pocket, and Ukraine was screaming that since many, many years, and everyone thought that we were exaggerating. Now you have all of the evidence that were released by Department of Justice by the United States recently. And I have the biggest question to that, which is, so now what? Because this is a big one, and is not itself is a solution, but the solution is the reaction to that. I know that many people don't have any moral qualities to, to step down and so far and so on, and everyone will try to pretend that is okay, but this is not okay. And where I'm heading is we are fighting the same enemy who actually corrupts your politician and smashing the face of that enemy who is the pure evident evil who bombs the hospitals, who murders, torture, rape the civilians and the hostages and prisoners of war. It's actually our common business, if you think, because, no Russia, no Epstein files at the end. That would be kind of the conclusion. To participate in the fundraiser, you can actually, if you are listening this episode in recording Spotify or in recording later Twitter, you can type in your browser givebutter.com/proactive. That's how you get to the same fundraiser. As always, every cent, every penny that you're sharing as the support and as a donation is used to bring equipment, gear to the most combat ready guys, and we are focused on from kind of simple and visible things that guys may need just to be more effective during tomorrow mission, like gear replacement and so far and so on, or very strategic things like, I don't know, proof of concept. You can see there among the items the red dot thermal sight that the army couldn't purchase before. Andrei has got it from us, described all of its effectiveness, used all the military procedures, protocols, blah 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 blah, blah. And here we are. Army is purchasing it as a standard solution, or the thermal sights scopes for the marksmen that we were doing before, the proof of concept of using marksmen and snipers to counter the FPV drone ambushes. That's a standard practice right now, and after our efforts that has been properly described and documented, the army marksmen and snipers are now competing each other. How many Russian sleeping drones they have eliminated today? They do the ranks, they do the competition, and that's actually how your donations enable the good work. So we have much more things that we can do. Previously, I was doing, at the beginning of the year, I was doing the report how much we have managed to do in 2025. There is a lot, actually. That was an annual let's say, report. Here is the actual report of the Proactive, the only fundraiser that is, let's say, enabling those who support regularly combat readiness. There is also the fundraiser for training efforts of Ioana Will, and quite soon we're gonna have him up when we agree. So he could tell us more how the donations from Volya radio community enable the anti-drone shotgun trainings. That's a second one, active fundraiser. But I think that's quite enough about info from me. If you have any questions, messages in the nest, link is there. You can contribute. You see how it works. If you buy that, I mean, if you trust, if you think it is important, you can personally get involved. I keep my promise that those who trust us that we can deliver, we actually deliver, and I keep the promise that every penny that you dedicate to that fundraiser via a U.S. registered charity organization, NGO Sunflower Seeds Ukraine, good friends of ours. It means that the donations for U.S. and Canadian citizens are tax deductible. By the way, I keep my promise that every penny works for Ukraine's victory. I don't use any of those money as of the operational costs. You can see everything that has been donated has been used specifically to purchase items guys need. So anything, I don't know, I don't buy cell phones, I don't buy how it's called, any equipment for myself, any fuel or anything like that. Everything used to buy the equipment and the things that guys need. Okay, that's enough for me. Important to mention that was the war logo in the background, sharing some high as well. He's not happy for a certain reason. Maybe, how it works. Thanks. Hugs and love from Ukraine. Take care.
Hugs and love, my friend. And thank you so much for everything that you do. I mean, I spelled out yesterday that I am not a morning person. I don't know if any of you have noticed, I'm a little bit grumpy in the morning. I am. And thanks to War Doggo and his efforts, I get up every morning and come and talk to you guys, whether I'm grumpy or not, because it matters. It makes a difference. And when I see War Doggo's reports, I see the absolute difference that it does make. And it makes a big difference to the people that we love and care for. And so, yeah, just massive thanks to you, War Doggo, for being that middleman, because without you, none of this would be possible. We'd have to find somebody else to make sure that this was happening. And I'm not saying that all people couldn't do it. I'm just saying that you're our man. You're our man in the middle, and it works. You make it work. So yeah, never play down your own part in this either. Yes, I did say this. Sorry, just bookmarking something for later. So, my lovelies, I've got 5 minutes before I need to run off to work, and I thought that I might tell you a little bit about reactive armour. You know them ERA blocks that everybody sticks on everything, and the Florks originally were sticking ERA on everything, and then they got into giving hats to people. So I thought I'd tell you a little bit about it. This explosive reactive armour. You put it all over your tanks and stuff, and basically, if a shell or a drone or something like that hits your tank, this stuff explodes outwards and pushes away the incoming munition, and so it's a form of protection for the inside of the tank. And guess what? Russian tanks, they're running very low. They're running very low on their ERA. I mean, we did see that they had absolutely plastered stuff with it previously, but also we saw that some of their ERA had the explosive component removed and sold some time ago, and I'm sure that probably doesn't help it to be very effective. But anyway, they're running low on it, and why are they running low on it? Because they're running low on the explosive that makes it. They have a relatively low rate of replenishment, apparently, in relation to their losses, which are very high. So, documentation found to be published by a Russian foundation states that 100,000 ERA bricks are being produced annually. So, this is the No Parasan Charitable Foundation for Humanitarian Aid to the Population of Donbass. Yes, that whole thing is what they're called. Before and at the very beginning of the special military operation, we often received tanks that had no dynamic protection of any kind. They were bold, and they came directly out of storage. So they simply weren't supposed to have that type of armour attached to them because, they were fighting a very different war when these things were built. These tanks, of course, had to be manually finished in repair areas. Now, all tanks arrive in the troops from a factory assembled line, fully equipped with dynamic protection, apparently. However, the problem of ERA shortage is solely due to a human factor, isn't it always? So their main Directorate of Armoured Forces stubbornly refuses to understand that ERA is a consumable item. 4 years of the special military operation, and they still refuse to understand this. He has a letter in his possession proudly informing me that we have no problems with ERA, and it clearly states by 2025 we will be manufacturing 100 100,000 Contact 1 ERA. That, however, is very little. That's damned little, barely enough for 200 tricked out tanks. Tricked out, indeed. Meanwhile, in his response to the Deputy Sergei Miranov's inquiry based upon a recent appeal, the Chief Military Prosecutor's Office writes that tank troops in the Special Military Operations Zone are 99% equipped with this dynamic protection. Except they're not, are they? No, they're not. Now, my comrade military prosecutors, that is a complete and blatant lie, as well as a direct violation of the order of our excellent Minister of Defence. Do you sense a bit of sarcasm? I sense a bit of sarcasm. According to which, so Minister of Defence has apparently prohibited lying within the Russian armed forces. I wonder how that's working out. Prohibited lying. I bet you that's working out really well for them. So, yes, comrade military prosecutors, I want to inform you that every combat mission, a tank will lose some ERA, which then has to be replenished. Even if the tank was not hit by an anti-tank missile, it will still lose some of its ERA with every mission. Perhaps it's just by smashing through a forested area. Maybe it's scraping a concrete fence or the corner of a house in a built-up area. Because, just drive through houses. Oh. Or maybe just bouncing across fields. A mounting bolt will break off and your ERA is gone. I don't know how to get this through anymore. Every tank battalion or tank company that's actually fighting, it is always necessary, vital to have a couple of thousand ERA in reserve. A couple of thousand is the bare minimum, and yet they send us none. Ah, tale of woe. Oh dear. So, yeah, ERA still very useful, still very useful stuff. And look at that, we've got our replacement turned up. I tell you what, I've had terrible problems just finding the right words this morning. I can only say that it's due to my general lack of sleep, but I don't know if you've noticed that.
Might have something to do with the anger levels, Mockers. Just a little.
Well, that is true. I am absolutely incandescent fury at the moment, and that it does have an effect. I'll be honest. So I'm going to go and I don't know, smoke some weed or something, chill out, and let the lovely Ioana and Will take over.
Sounds like a plan. You get on with that. Slava Ukraine, everybody. I'm going to get out of here first, then let somebody come up. Oh no, she's gone.
Around Slava.
She's gone already. Superb stuff. So,
Well, she did say.
Yeah, well hooked, well hooked. So Will's coming up. Let's go. As soon as he's up, I'll get out of the way and let Ioana sit in my seat because I've kept it warm for you, my lovely. Kept it warm for you. How are you this morning, Will?
Doing just fine. It's late afternoon here in the workers' paradise, and it is frightfully hot. I think it's close to like 38 or 39 degrees out there, buddy. So I'm staying out of the sun is what I'm doing, heading for the shade. And but it's a nice looking day. In any case, and a kind of, I guess, kind of a good day in in Kiev in Ukraine, but other places, Chernihiv, Zaporizhia, and Dnipropetrovsk got absolutely nailed. And this is what Putin does. So yeah, we'll look forward to have sitting with Ioana this evening. And Mark, it looks like I'm in, so you guys can bail, and we'll talk to Jenny. Jenny, how are you? Cheers, mate.
I don't understand how you can stand that heat. I am actually loving the weather here in Sweden. Oh, it got warmer. It's only -7 now. It's amazing. The air is really fresh and you don't die from the heat. I can dress for the cold, but I can only undress so much before it becomes illegal. Just saying. Kudos to you for surviving.
Thank you. So Ioana is up as speaker, and she'll be brought up to host here any second now. And I'm going to prune the nest a little bit because there's a plethora of things up there, but it is good to know what Marcus talked about. I'm actually briefly gonna talk about bullshitting a little bit with Ioana hopefully today. Uh, Bullshitting in the formal technical sense, and probably use as an example the bullshitter in chief, Donald Trump, and I'm going to use that to take a very low cut at the man, because it's a guy summed this up today perfectly. The Trump has decided to close the Kennedy Center for 2 years to have it rebuilt and spruced up and stuff like that, because he's very butthurt over the fact that everybody canceled. All the artists canceled, and nobody wants to appear there since he stuck his name. Donald Trump put his name on the John F. Kennedy Center for arts, right? Chalk and cheese is in any case. So it's the gaudy sort of short-fingered vulgarian thing that you'd expect out of Donald Trump. And naturally, the artists all objected, because it doesn't matter what their politics is. They don't like him messing with heritage and esteem of these places, and he's an abominable human being. So he got very offended, of course. But Donald Trump can't admit he's wrong with anything, so he's decided to close the Kennedy Center because he's a petty, small-minded weasel of a human being in a big fat suit. Anyway, the reason I wanted to talk about that specifically and bullshitting the way he does is the fact that Ioana put out an article on her Substack the other day that ties in with what she's been talking about in Quantum Truth. And I wanted to ask you a question today, Ioana, about whether or not bullshitting might not actually be the worst type of lying. We were always telling everybody, Trump's been lying forever, and people just go, he's just free form bullshitting or whatever, like it doesn't have a bad effect. But in fact, it has a horrendous effect, and I would say potentially might be the worst type of lying. Over to you, Ioana.
Yeah, finally, I have my co-host, Sid. So indeed, I was watching in this belief formation and propagation in algorithm-controlled environments like social media, and my conclusion was that the algorithm optimizes for engagement, not for the correspondence with reality. So basically, what is promoted is a message that is simple enough. Charged with energy that will make others engage irrespectful or without concern if the message is real or not. And after that, I just remembered Ari G. Frankfurt, his paper on bullshit, and the conclusions are kind of the same. The bullshitter, it doesn't matter if he lies or he tells the truth. The scope, the purpose of a bullshitter is to impress, to create that emotion in the audience or the person to whom it's talking. So basically, the bullshitter will use any kind of message with the purpose to impress, which is kind of the same. So basically, I concluded that the algorithm is promoting bullshit. It's a bullshit factory. And because you talked about Trump, yes, I said this before and I will say it now. He lies a lot. He lies a lot, but he's not a liar. He's a bullshitter. because he uses the lies in order to convey a message, in order to impress the audience, in order to create that, because of his authority, create this wave of, changing the minds of others. It doesn't matter it's a lie or it's the truth. He might use a truthful fact. For example, indeed, there is need to control the illegal migration in US. But his purpose is to appeal to his audience. And we have seen so many examples. And this with the Kennedy Center, I mean, it has consequences in real life because he didn't like the thing, because he didn't like what the people are talking, because he didn't like that, the attendance is not okay. He decided to shut it down. Also, he decided to shut down persons because he doesn't like what they are saying, institutions, media, universities, whatever. So it does have a consequence in real life. So yeah, I think Trump is a major bullshitter. And I think, unfortunately, the social media environment is promoting this. And social media, I talked about this before. We kind of migrated from traditional media to social media, and social media is fulfilling two roles right now: entertainment and information, infotainment. And by the way, Fox News, for example, they said what we do is entertainment, is not informing the people. So basically, social media does the same. It's entertaining through information, and we tend to believe that what we are reading is true. The claims that we are reading are true, but very often they aren't. Very often they are lies, or they are just messages used to impact us in a certain way. And we have to be very careful because it's used politically in many places, and we will see this being used in Bulgaria, which has a political crisis, in Hungary, which has a political crisis, in Germany, and so on and so forth. And the last thing with the Epstein file, I won't talk a lot about that. The problem is the shock is so big. I mean, 3 million files and so many absolutely horrific things there. But between those, on purpose or not, there are some falsities mixed. Some of them because, FBI filed everything. Some of them are changed right now, modified and posted as if they are the real things. And this is, again, a very important danger because if we can prove that something is false there, people won't believe anything. And we reach that cynical meta collapse. I mean, instead of assuming responsibility, and we have seen the first resignation, there was the Council for Security in Slovakia. I think there was a resignation in the House of Lords in UK. But instead of accountability and responsibility, everybody will say, like Trump, it's a hoax, and we will get over this, which is not normal. And this is also a form of bullshitting. Sorry for speaking so long. Back to you.
Oh no! I think that's it's important because, like I say, um, uh, people have just passed off. Oh, he's just bullshitting as sort of an excuse on why it's okay to lie, and the bullshit is the miasma in which what the lies all hide, and you
Oh,
start to be confused, and you can't tell the medium from the lies anymore, and that's why I think it's very pernicious, and you have to call people out. See, the thing is about Trump is people have to, if a guy's going to live in following no norms and no decorum, then he needs to be called out in that same way, and then require a return to fact-based, evidence-based discussion and argument. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I forgot to tell the most important thing and why bullshit is worse than a lie. Because the liar has some respect for the truth. You have to know the truth in order to lie. You have to know the truth in order to offer the reverse of it or something else than this. And the liar has a certain respect for the truth. The bullshitter simply doesn't care. Really, it doesn't care. That person doesn't care at all. It doesn't matter if it's the truth or not, and also it doesn't matter if it's fact checked, because the purpose was not to convey information or comment about a fact. The purpose was to have an impact, to create an emotion, and that purpose was fulfilled, regardless of the fact that later on it might be debunked or fact checked. And usually, fact checking and debunking has a lower energy than the first wave. And we have seen this again and again, trying to counter the Russian disinformation or trying to counter false narratives. Fact checking is boring. It doesn't have that momentum, that energy.
Which is why when the next time the only way to counter bullshit like that is to counter it loudly at the time, right? Trump likes to shout people down. But the day when a reporter in the pool is starting to be shouted down by Trump and turns on him and shouts him down instead with a real good zinger that makes him everybody in the room laugh and him feel small, that's the way you have to, because you go from a peak, it's a double peak, and then the attention and the fact checking and all that stuff down the line doesn't make nearly as much difference, because you've essentially stolen the limelight from Trump, which is probably the most psychologically scarring thing you could do in any case.
Yeah, so basically this is one of the tactics, because I'm trying to identify what works, because it's very difficult to counter lies and bullshit and false narratives. So this is one, ride the wave. React immediately, try to counter immediately with the same force.
Steal the ground.
Hit back, exactly, steal the ground and ride the wave. Because that's one of the few ways in which you can actually produce something. Another possibility is with immense energy and resources and with humor, like NAFO did, because NAFO was an example of countering disinformation at scale. But this requires a lot of energy, a lot of investment, a lot of people. So this requires like a coordinated, I know that NAFO wasn't coordinated from the center, but it was coordinated as a purpose campaign. So this is another way of doing it. But what you said, reacting immediately and hitting with the same force is actually a very efficient thing, because you can ride this wave. You can be at the same level with the information if you are countering like that.
Indeed, yeah. Because I'm just seeing, a lot out of that guy. This is what we're waiting for. Somebody to take him down. And every day, I wish some American senator or representative or anyone would stand up to his bullshit while he's spewing it and steal the ground from him, and make a funny, thoughtful, knowledge-filled statement of yourself at the time. Anyway, well, I'm just dreaming. Not a massive news day, but there is some obvious news. The bad news, of course, to start out on, is that Russia is adhering to the no energy infrastructure ceasefire or non-targeting by targeting energy workers in buses and maternity hospitals as a switch from what they were doing. So, move from one atrocity to another. That's what Russia does. And it amazes me that there hasn't been huge outrage in the capitals of Europe and elsewhere. Here, I won't even hear about it here in Australia on the news, probably. It's a shame. So Rage Donate, find something you can do for Ukraine every day, because they will live through this as well. 15 DTEC workers killed on a bus, where the bus was the bus was attacked with a drone, and these are obviously drones that can see where they're going, and they're being driven by an operator. Attacked the front of a bus. The shockwave knocked the driver out of the way, and he lost control of the bus, and so it crashed. And then, as people were trying to get off the bus and get and treat handle injured and dazed folks, another drone hit the bus and ended up killing 15 people and injuring about a dozen more. So that's
Yeah,
Russia.
so it was a double tap. It was a double tap. It was with intention. Tap. It wasn't a military thing. It was just a bus with workers. So you can prove intention here. I mean, double tap on a bus.
And these are DTEC workers. So technically, these are coal miners going to mine coal for the energy company, because it's a integrated vertical monopoly or business. They allow vertical integration of the coal production, the power plants, and the electricity generation and distribution. So it's Russia might not. They probably did know that these were DTEC workers, but technically, I can't believe that some European country hasn't identified the fact that those energy workers technically fall into the ceasefire on energy infrastructure ceasefire. So what's our response? Are we going to be flying combat air patrols above Western Ukraine? All we need is Europe. Any European ally of Ukraine, any one of them can say, I've had a fucking enough. We're gonna fly our planes in combat air patrols above Ukrainian skies. Let everybody know where we're at, but we're gonna be over here working today. And keep up our support for whatever we're supposed to be doing with NATO, but start doing combat air patrols in the west of Ukraine and helping them shoot down drones and missiles in that part of the country. This is Sky Shield. We've talked about it a long time, and all we need is somebody to use a trigger like this, a specific abhorrent act that ties directly to breaking of an agreement formally in relation to a war, that it gives it extra backing, and you can then do the thing you're going to do in response with full confidence that you'll have a good logical basis, and probably the room will be with you when the people say, yeah, that's right, that is the right thing to do. It only takes one leader to step forward to have a good policy become a reality, whether it's Estonia's issue of banning any soldier that's participated in this war from the EU, as they've done in their own territory, or Sky Shield, or name things, because there are a dozen things that can be done for Ukraine in response to this escalation by Russia, this breaking of a ceasefire agreement, and this escalation by attacking civilian workers in a double tap on a bus, right? It's horrendous. That's not good enough for you? How about another strike on a maternity hospital in Zaporizhia then? Is that what does it for anyone? Anyone? I don't know. If I was a leader of a European country right now, I'd be on the blower talking to Ukraine about when we can do something really substantively for you, just as our country, right? Forget NATO, forget the UN, forget Europe Union, inform people of what you're going to do as a sovereign nation, and get stuck in helping Ukraine in non-combat ways, but with your military support to make sure that Ukraine goes to victory. That's what we need to see happen from that bad news, right? Turn that horrendously bad news into a cause for people to do the right thing. Other news. Ukraine is to receive air defense systems, radars and electronic warfare equipment, drones, including some deep strike systems. So that's nice to know. I'd like to see how Sweden stuff goes. But and given that that's Sweden, that stuff may in fact have already arrived. Who knows? Atesh has blown up a transformer cabinet of a communication tower near Strikolve on the Arabatska Strela. This is the little sandbar that's off the east coast of the isthmus that connects Crimea to Kherson. And that obviously was a relay for some probably drones headed up that way. And it's gone now. But I'll note, and there's a video of it up in the overhead, right? I'll note, we were talking about that ubiquity thing. Yeah, sorry, this one's up in Belgorod. An FPV took out a communications tower for drones in Belgorod, and guess what it is? It's ubiquity. Yeah, it's their antenna. So Russia is absolutely equipping themselves with everything they can from that U.S. company Ubiquity, that really needs to face some shareholder revolt and questions to the CEO, as it is a publicly held company. But other strikes by Ukraine are in the Donetsk area near Minerhad, an enemy UAV control point, and a company command and observation point, as well as a concentration of enemy manpower were hit in that area. And we know that Minerhad is the center of gravity for the Russian forces on the ground there right now. They're going to have another go up toward Dobropilya area, it would appear, and their center of gravity, including artillery and everything, which is in danger being in there, but whatever, carry on, Russia. So that's the reason. That's the reason these concentration of strikes around Minerhad have happened over in the last 24 hours. They also, however, have carried on and struck a UAV control point near Nekislitsa in Kursk. Now, I'm going to correct that there. Nekislitsa is actually in Bryansk, and you might remember yesterday that they also hit a UAV control point just across the border, right up at the north part of the bulge of Ukraine into the Bryansk area. This one is right down on the border of Kursk and Bryansk Oblast. And it shows that Ukraine is working on the drone operators that would be launching these Starlink powered drones or Starlink equipped sort of drones into the country to hunt down, well, to basically do the human safari they've been doing elsewhere. They can start doing them with their little Garans, which we just absolutely cannot see. I'll note that the implementation of the Starlink agreed modifications initially on speed to 75 kilometers an hour, and secondarily to have whitelisting happen on those Starlink terminals so that Russia can't use those inside Ukraine. But in any case, they'll be using wire guided, the filament type drones, so that they can get them as far as they can, and they're setting those drone bases up along the Bryansk border. A little too close for comfort, however, once Ukraine sees where they're coming from, and they've struck another one today. That's good news. Switzerland, following the EU and Britain, is lowering the price of ceiling for Russian oil to $44.10 a barrel. Whoop-de-doo! If you don't interdict the ships, then to be honest, it really doesn't make that much difference what you're restricting the price to, because you're not enforcing the taking of the other ships off the water, even though they're stateless. And I'll note that up in the nest I put Onson's a particular post highlighting the Peace, the shadow tanker Peace, that is currently, or has already, as I speak, probably navigated the Denmark Straits out into the probably going down to the out the Irish Sea, I guess, and is making its I guess sixth trip of carrying sanctioned oil to India. Um, uh, I'll note that this vessel is not just a Shadow Fleet vessel that is otherwise not famous. It's currently wanted by the country that it claims flag for, from Timor Leste, down here in Australia, or down near Australia. Timor Leste, East Timor, where they have said that the company, the captain, the ship has been using their flag illegally, and they want it to stop. It has 100% zero, or said it is exactly 0% insurance for the crew it's carrying, and it is making its fifth delivery, on her fifth trip right now. It No, sorry, this is the sixth trip to India after 5 in the last 12 months. This is the sort of ship that is a moving time bomb and ought to be uh, inspected as it passes, uh, contacted, uh, asked to pull up and stop for inspection, be inspected, and once it is found to be completely unacceptable to the IMO regulations and the flagging issues related to it, and the insurance issues related to it, and the equipment, and the crew, and the state of the vessel and inspections, it's just not going to pass. And it's carrying hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil, and when that time bomb blows up off of your coast, you have to pay for its cleanup because it's not insured on the international market. You'd have to pursue, I don't know, the owner of Russia, some shadow fleet vessels are probably going to be relatively difficult to pursue in court for damages. I'm just saying, right? Or they might not be called shadow fleet. But anyway, so these things need to be interdicted, right? They interdicted that we can't allow this activity to carry on in the world because it's phenomenally dangerous, risky, and all the risk is borne by us. None of the risk is borne by Russia. They just get all the profit. We bear all the risk. So there are a dozen of these ships that are within reach of boarding and arresting right now in various European countries, and we really need to see this start happening. The memo that went out, the open letter that went out a week, 4 days ago, I think, was very, very clear, and we actually need to see it start occurring today. Yenny?
So yeah, I am. I'm actually quite disgusted by the lack of action from my own government. Um, Apparently, two of those five that were waiting to get into the Baltic Sea have now entered the Baltic Sea. Neither Sweden nor Denmark nor Germany has done anything whatsoever to stop them, and we need to. Enough is enough. Just, just fucking stop them. Sweden is one of those people that prides itself on our recycling and taking care of the environment. If we're that environmentally conscious, then we should stop these ships from moving further into the Baltic Sea, because like you said, it will be an environmental disaster. It's one that wildlife will not survive. There will be a lot of birds that die. I don't know if anybody has ever seen the cleanup.
Everything from the birds to the mammals, the aquarium mammals, right down to the seafloor, all of the grass and any invertebrates that live down there. It can wipe out a water column like the Baltic Sea.
Yeah, and considering that Swedes worship the oh, what are they? Crawfish, I think it is. It's called in English. We eat a fuck ton of crawfish in the late summer. We even have a day dedicated for it, because that's how we roll. And that will be no more. No, we can't make any more fermented herring because the herrings will be dead. And Sweden is notorious for eating a lot of fish and seafood, and well, that will end as well. So if you want to continue eating these traditional Swedish dinners, then make sure that they stop these fucking boats. There's no reason for this to continue. We have all decided that these boats are under sanction and they don't have insurance, and there's like a whole host of problems, and we should just stop them. Also, I just wanted to say that both the bombing of the maternity ward and bombing the DTEC workers falls under genocide. The DTEC workers were not combatants, and I just wanted to tell everybody that there were two women who were in active labor as the bombs fell. The babies and the mothers are okay, but that is besides the point. The point is they actively targeted this place and decided to take it out there, thereby preventing births in Ukraine. So fuck Russia hard with barbed wire and a dash of Tabasco because that will fucking sting. Thank you for your attention in this matter.
Thank you. Thank you, Yenny. One more strike was carried out by Ukraine that's notable as a concentration of enemy manpower in the area of Treborotnoye in Bryansk. So they are having a heyday in Bryansk in the last couple of days. Obviously, Russia's moved some drone units in up there to try to attack Ukraine from the north. And because the attention is off long-range strategic strikes right now on refineries and power, they can focus closer to home on military targets like these ones. So that's interesting, good news. Japan has arrested a Russian Foreign Intelligence Service personnel who was working under. He was previously a trade delegate on things, and he was acting he was pretending he was a Ukrainian. And up to no good, posing as a citizen of Ukraine, obviously involved in fraudulent activities, and he's been arrested by Japanese police and identified as a Russian foreign intelligence agent. So I think he'll get prosecuted on the commercial crimes they have him for in Japan, but then he'll be deported or tried potentially if he did anything damaging for the espionage or I forget the Maskarovka or whatever. It's espionage type activity, but he's not spying on Japan. He was doing. He was trying to do damage, but on Japan, in the reputation between Japan and Ukraine. Fuckery, I guess, is what I'd call that, Ioana. I guess if I had to come up with a technical name for it, I hope he goes down for it too after the financial crimes. In January, Ukraine imported a record daily volume of electricity from the EU in the form of 41.9 gigawatts of energy. Now, remember, Ukraine was back to and regularly being a supplier into this network in the EU, but in just January, they've needed to take on 41 gigawatts. So that's huge. You know what is also very huge is the fact that the hole in the Russian budget, and that is that the Russian budget, they're estimating is going to be down to the energy portion, oil, gas, LNG, refined products, will be down to 22% of the Russian federal budget. So that's down from 40% in the recent past, especially before the war, and this aligns perfectly with the other estimate on revenue that we have that's down for Russia from 45% from before the war till the end of last year as well. So Russia is got to they'll make up the difference with the printing press for anything they can afford to buy internally. And in 2026, they'll probably spend the last of their foreign. They don't have any euros and dollars, any significant amount. They won't be building up any body of those currencies, and they are 3/4 the way through all their gold. The rest is pretty illiquid garbage, some rupee and yuan, but they'll barter or whatever with China and India and Iran. But some people are going to want hard currency, and the only thing they've got left is gold. And I think they claim to have about 129 tons of gold, but frankly, 91 tons of that is Romania's, so it ought to be handed over to them. So they really have nothing left other than some stolen gold at this point. And when they have to buy things with Honeywell and Siemens and Texas Instruments written on the side of it next year, they'll have to do that through trades involving gold or cryptocurrency, because they don't have any actual foreign valuable money, American dollars or euros, to trade in anymore. And good, we could see the end of this Russian economy this year, and all the chaos that will happen. So that's the first part of the news summary. Is there anything you want to talk about in detail more today, Ioana?
No, I mean, I wanted to touch on what you talked about, the strikes. I mean, this is terrorism. We should recognize Russia as a terrorist state, because, again, if there would be the same thing happening in Europe, we will say this is terrorism. If there would be an organization to do that, we will say this is a terrorist organization, but just because it's Russia, we kind of do not say it's terrorism. Hitting a maternity hospital, hitting civilians in a bus, it's terrorism. And also, I wanted to mention that something seems to have happened yesterday or the day before. Like there was a cyber attack, a major electricity blackout in Ukraine. We know this because it affected Moldova. We know this because Romania stepped in to deliver electricity to Ukraine. We don't know exactly what was happening. Apparently, two main electricity supply lines were off the grid almost in the same time. And that reminded me of what happened in Spain a while ago. Remember, there was also a major electricity blackout.
A major one around the whole large portion of the country.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know, it seems very, very similar. And I'm wondering if that was not like an exercise and also part of the hybrid war that Russia is doing. Other similarities, that there was an accident in Poland with rails that were blown up. The same thing happened in Spain recently. So basically, they are applying the same methods. And if you ask me,
two trains
yes,
in Spain, one which caused 39 deaths.
Exactly. So if you ask me, it was the Russians. Maybe it wasn't, but I think there is a quite high probability that it was the Russians. So other than that, I do not have a lot. I mean, I do have some things about how Russia is recruiting, including foreign citizens, and why it's so important for Putin to get Donetsk, especially one specific city. But I would really like to listen to the second part of the news from you.
Thank you. Fair enough. So I want to make a note to folks. I'm referring to a Beefeater post way over in the left-hand side of the net. And I just want to note to everybody, Beefy's going to be off for a short period of time because he's got to have some medical treatment. And wish him all the best. He's the best researcher. I love having Beefy around, and I love reading his stuff. I hope everybody we should continue to read his stuff and give him support even while he's in the hospital, because All of his stuff, including this thing I'm going to cover today, is very good, very pertinent, and very, very timely. I can't tell you how many times I've been talking about something on Volya Radio, and the very next day, something will come out on point about that very thing from Beefy listening in, or or maybe it's magic, but it isn't magic, because when we first started doing it, in relation to the oil refineries, he actually would come on the radio and we chat a bit about the facts behind it. But he and I were the first really um, big supporters of the drone strikes on refineries and the entire evolution of those, and how it wasn't going to affect the gasoline prices in Los Angeles, and all the good things that it could do to cut off cash flow if combined with oil export terminal and LNG and gas transport strikes, as well as the shipping. And that's I stand behind that. I think it's been fantastic kinetic work by Ukraine. I literally can't think of anything that's done more to shut off cash flow for Russia than that, and that helps generate the kind of crisis they're in financially in that country. And 2026 could easily be the year when we see a black swan or two in Russia that cause it such a massive upset that it stops paying people, and the soldiers just decide to piss off home, because the only reason they're there in Ukraine, for most of them, is money. A contract that they signed, and the government just needs to tell them that they're not going to pay on their contracts anymore, and those contracts are null and void. And those soldiers could all just decide to go home. So it's all tied together. But what Beefy covered the other day, and he covers in this post up in the top of the nest, is what we were discussing yesterday, was the fact that if you live in a far-flung place in Russia, your government is doing something akin, not actually, but akin to genocide inside Russia, because they're killing off 40 buryats, or 20 to 9 to 20 Tuvans for every 3 people in Moscow or St. Petersburg that get killed, right? So they're carrying out, and most of it's economic. The means by which Russia is pressing people into service in less economically profitable areas in Russia is basically rich contracts and bonuses that Russia knows is never going to get paid, but the people who they're recruiting don't know that, and they use every technique in the book, including informal recruiters and everything, to get. You got a drunk husband? You can get 9,000 rubles to take him down and get him to sign a contract before he sobers up, and it'll be valid. And they offer police officers bounties for people that they end up pressing into service. So it's just how Russia treats its population, whether it's their body or their lives, how they live in these areas in some of the Far East, is pretty shocking, right? And they're rich areas. You've seen them, and if you haven't seen any of Darek Temis's, we got to get him on. You got to get me in contact with the beautiful Russia stuff. If you haven't looked through any of his posts on these things, these should be really, really, really rich provinces of Russia. The gold mining areas, the nickel, the base resources that they're producing in these places is essential to the Russian and world economy, and they're digging it up, but they don't get to participate in any of the benefits to the world economy because they still live in ramshackle accommodation for salaries that are shockingly low, uh, in and is always coupled with being ethnic minorities too. So they're starving and killing off ethnic minorities in Russia through these economic means of getting them to sign contracts, but absolutely screwing them over until such time as they do send them off to the meat wave, because these folks don't make anywhere near the reasonably average salaries even for inside Russia. Some of these things are 1,000 rubles, which is $10 above the pension, and the pensions are laughable. That you'd think somebody could live on 30,000 rubles a month. You're dreaming in Russia, because a liter of petrol now costs about 65 rubles, which is more than double the before the war. Um, and and the power's probably out, folks. Stanimir Dobrev put up his update to the summary of power outages across Russia, and we'll note that big blue area in the middle, that's the place where it's 40 below zero. They don't have any power or heat out there, and that's because the state-owned coal company stopped supplying the state-owned power electricity generator with coal. They sent them clods of dirt and snow with some coal dust mixed into it, because they were going broke, because the people like the electric power company hadn't paid their bills, and so they haven't paid their workers. And from reading talking about prune stuff before, that whole railroad and company is likely to shut down and not start back up. And you're talking about two state-owned companies. This government doesn't give two shits about the population that is deriving them all their wealth, and they're leaving them literally this is like turn of the century in 1900 level of leaving people on their own, like just make a local fire or something, inside your house. And I don't know how you survive in 40 below zero, because I'm sure they do insulate. I'm sure they do. But, I'm pretty sure they don't have the most scientifically advanced, up-to-date building materials and insulation like they do in a place like Finland or Sweden. So they're probably just digging holes in the ground underneath their houses and living down there when the earth starts to warm up, I guess, becoming troglodytes. I don't know. But the kind of stuff that used to happen out there when people were sent out to die and not expected to come back by Stalin is now back, because the whole place is going bankrupt, even though Stalin's not around anymore. It's shocking. How do you how would you go living in 20 or 30 below for 3 weeks? Some of these places are out now, Ioana.
Oh, you can't. I mean, you can do things for days, get more people together in one room, or try to invent something to heat the room, or things like this. But for weeks, it's almost impossible. I mean, you either try to get into the countryside and find something that has wood
They'll be
based
living in one
stove.
house and burning down the other houses to
Yeah,
feed the
something
fire.
like this. Because I never experienced minus 40. I mean, I did experience minus 30, and it's almost impossible to step outside. And of course, I had a cozy place to come back to. I never experienced my minus 40. So I think, even insulation in time, you can be very well insulated, but if you cannot hit the inside, the outside will get in. And I have the experience of living in cold conditions during the communist times. Of course, it doesn't compare to this, and you can survive, but it's taxing. It's very difficult to go on and on and on. And I related to Ukraine when I've seen the crisis of heating and electricity in Ukraine. I remember those times in the communist years where it was like 12 degrees inside. But coming back to Russia, minus 40, it will be below zero inside, and with below zero inside, it's really difficult.
Yeah, or they're burning, or they've found a way to heat indoors. I mean, it'll bring out the ingenuity in people, but it'll all just be focused on survival. There's nothing, you're not going to be producing any valuable uh, uh, output other than just your survival at that point. Yeah, let's see. Next up, now that we're done with those two sad stories about Russia, let's talk about a piece of good news. Bad news for Russia, but really good news. When we had Azov in the other day, and these military guys come in, and I like to get their responses to things like HIMARS or it was artillery shells the other day, because and artillery shells. Uh, um, uh, James rightly said, right? Nothing gets killed by artillery anymore. They don't actually fire that many salvos. Well, they do. They do fire about 3,000 to 5,000 salvos of artillery shells a day. It's just that they don't put tens of thousands downrange like they regularly used to do. And the specialty shells, like the Excalibur or a bonus round, these things are GPS guided or laser guided or some sort of fancy thing. They're about $65,000 shells, but because they can spoof them. He said, they get wasted, right? You fire them at people that are in a bunker and they've got their EW on and they can block the GPS. The thing's not going to be accurate. It's not going to hit them. The key is, here's the thing though, if you've got a very, very good artillery group, and remember, uh, this this crew from the artillery section of Ukraine, I forget which unit is for, but these are the folks that we were watching on drone early in the warfare in 22, even, that they were using Mavic drones to spot and adjust 155 millimeter artillery fire, and they could put a first round on target and walk those rounds with the Russians in very, very high precision and timely adjustment of that fire. And so these guys, they don't fire many of them. They don't use them very often, but a buck missile launcher doesn't carry GPS spoofing and blocking equipment on top of that unit, and so they spotted one and it ran for cover. But then, of course, the artillery unit was able to find and put one smart round on that buck and knocked it out with secondaries, of course, because it's a bonus round. These things, it's a shape charge that's an airburst. It's an airburst shape charge, so that it flies over the top of, like an armored fighting vehicle, and then it explodes and sends a lance of hot metal down through the superstructure of whatever's below it. In this case, it's a transport erection and launch system of a Buck missile that has lots and lots of explodey stuff inside of it, and that's what they got. They got very good secondaries. It's a great video. We don't see enough of these anymore because of the dawn of the drone age, but everything still has a place, right? Because James was saying, no, none of we don't use those. Anytime someone says to you something's obsolete, you put that thing away, because I guarantee you'll be using it sometime later in the future. War Doggo, how are you? Oh, looks like he's fallen to listener. I got to try to bring War Doggo back up again. Maybe I'll send him an invite. But the next thing I want to talk about is missiles, and the fact that Russia is is and has been raising its missile output capability from a couple of factories, one of which I always talk about, Votkinsk, way out in central Russia. That I'm not even kidding. I literally have it on watching firms for an alert if an alert goes off in Votkinsk, because it'll be a very good day. But we'll talk more about that in a minute. Now I think I've got War Doggo up. War Doggo, how are you, buddy?
Let's see. Do you hear me okay?
5x5. How are you? Good midday to you.
Perfect. Thanks. Also, good part of the day to beautiful sunny Australia and all around the world. Hope everyone is doing okay. On our lands it's freaking cold, but you know what makes me what makes me warmer and what makes my heart warmer is exactly that. To those who are actually holding the line in Ukraine, in Ukrainian trenches, we are able to bring as much help as resources allow. And you can see earlier today I've been sharing the post of the proactive fundraiser update that from 33k raised 33 actually have materialized already in provided delivered help and support. And you can see the video from under 18th brigade saying thanks for the diesel air heaters that they're getting. Alpha is also getting, everyone is getting their equipment that will help them not only to stay combat ready, but also, you know, some kind of basic comfort while they're recovering. But where it came up is the interesting recent poll that have appeared. I just put it as the latest message in the nest. The source is actually Ukrainian KIIS or KMIS in Ukrainian poll center is trustable source, and they do a very good representation. The source is at the bottom of the mini thread that I have gathered for you. And the overall conclusion of the poll is that Russia isn't getting, if you needed any kind of formal proof of what we are discussing here on the radio, that bombing the civilians, Russia isn't actually getting what they're targeting by doing horrible crimes against the civilian population. So new nationwide poll, which is dated December 2025, shows a clear picture that Ukrainians want peace, but not at the price of the capitulation. And morale remains intact high despite 4 years of the full-scale war. You can see more in details that 69% would most probably accept a peace plan that freezes the current front line, but only if Ukraine gets real security guarantees and without recognizing occupied territories as Russian. Formally, poll is there. At the same time, 75% categorically reject any kind of peace that requires Ukraine to withdraw from its own cities in Donbass, or limiting its own army, or wage or no security guarantees. Is like simple and visible, you know. That's something that we have been discussing a lot, but now you have it as the official representation of the with the poll instrument. What Ukrainians are, majority of Ukrainians, I think, when asked about the territorial concessions in general, Ukraine, 55.3 of the respondents say that Ukraine must never give up any territory, even if the war lasts longer. Even 33% are even considering some kind of compromise. So 33 compared with your population in your country and thoughts of your own people. But wording matters. When concessions mean officially recognizing occupied land, 58% rejects recognizing occupied land to Russia. When it means giving Russian cities Ukraine currently control, 66% immediately reject. Those are the official numbers. The only two scenario with notable openness is the de facto freeze the front line without legal recognition. Even here, half of Ukrainians still reject it. Also, this poll representation company tested two hypothetical peace plans: a Europe-Ukraine plan with arms, money, air defense, pass to European Union accession and sanctions on Russia, and Russian plan: disarm Ukraine, lift sanctions, recognize Russian control, Russia as security guarantee. Results: 69% accept the Europe-Ukraine plan, and 74% say that Russian plan is completely unacceptable across all regions, across all the country. Only 10%, on other hand, believe that the war will end before the end of 2026. 62% that they are ready to endure the war as long as necessary, and this number haven't changed since September of the previous year. And what does
And those two things are telling, right? When you ask Ukrainians how how long are you willing to how many years are you willing to uh, carry on to victory? The 62 say as many as you need. Others give a small a number of years and a very thin number, say 6 months, to up to 6 months or whatever. But and then that's almost beaten by the number of people who don't have an answer. But the key is when you say how long will you be willing to go on to victory? Ukrainians say as long as required, and only 10. These guys are realistic about it. They are realistic about the situation they're living in now and still willing to say carry on through to victory, because giving up Ukrainian land and giving up all that would be part of any peace deal proposed by Russia, uh, limiting the sovereignty, limiting the size of the army, telling them what groups they can and can't join, all that shite, right? They're not willing to do any of that. And only 10% expect, so they're realistic. They're living in really terrible conditions, but they're still willing to say carry on, and only 10% of them expect the war to end this year. So the first year, they already say, look, we know it's going to be like this for at least a year. I'm sure that as time goes on this year, if we don't start making it better, people will start to say, I'm not happy, but none of them are willing to give up. This is the thing. Nobody's interested in quitting. As I always say, I think that the Ukrainian population, even when I met them back in August and September when I was last there, beleaguered, phenomenally beleaguered, but not willing to capitulate. This is World War II Britain right here.
Exactly. And it means that despite missile strikes, blackouts, fatigue, and constant pressure, we show consistent red lines: no surrender, no loss of sovereignty, no fake peace. And Russia can damage infrastructure, but it cannot break Ukraine's morale. This is the outcome formally have been, let's say, mentioned and set, fixed by the KIS poll, let's say, trustable authority. And now the biggest question is, now recall this versus nation you are coming from, the country is same committed, supporting Ukraine's efforts, defending the world. I hope your politicians didn't start learning Russian instead, because, as you have noticed from what we are saying, despite being bombed daily, Ukraine holds strong. And my request is be strong as Ukraine. If Ukraine under the bombs is not giving up, why those who are not suffering from war have to? And that's kind of the message. And by that, I'm just reminding that here in the nest is where there is the report of the funds usage. We've got the proactive fundraiser here in the nest that is targeting to support those who hold the lines, And the most combat ready Alpha SBU, Andriy from 18th Brigade. If you would like, there is in the nest also the fundraiser for anti-drone shotgun trainings by Ivan Ilyukhin and his daughter Alexandra Ilyukhina. You get many other initiatives that you can chip in, but skipping when Ukraine holds on is not okay. Being part of those who hold the line is okay. Ukraine is there. And you know how it works. Today, someone says, is not my problem. Tomorrow, your politician says, you know what, is our problem. We have to send boys there with their feet on the ground. To avoid that, it could be much cheaper to support what Ukraine been asking for in 2014. When the war actually started with Russia breaking international law and occupying Crimea. Now the price is high, but tomorrow the price would be much higher. That's the reality. Back to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. And folks, we are only we've got the electronic warfare laboratory of 18th done, and these heaters we're starting on, but we really need to push this along. There's a donation about a day ago, but Robin did a nice match the other day. I'll try to do one of those. I'll look at my bank account and see if I can do a match. Maybe tomorrow with Robin when I see her. But otherwise, you definitely should go make a donation to the proactive fundraiser so we can get as many of these heaters out to the different units as possible, because there's still a fair bit of bitter cold to go this winter, and those things mean you're both less fatigued and more alert for the next attack, which, they're always coming from Russia. Not as many today as there were yesterday, but still 176, and the numbers Mockers gave earlier, which were pretty bog standard, nothing too exciting in those, I think, 860, I think, or something like that, casualties. But the notable thing was the UAV shoot downs reached 14.9%. So that is a record percentage of tactical UAV shoot downs. And someday we're going to find out if Ivan's shotgun course is having a real difference on these tactical because 14% might not sound like a big number to you, but it's a very big number when you're talking about shooting down tactical UAVs, because the last line of defense is a shotgun, and that's the course that is also one of the fundraisers up in the nest that you can support to help them push them along to victory. We'll talk to Peter and Shapsta. Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, Will, nice to talk to you and the lovely Ioana and War Dogger as well. Yeah, I saw the Russian media are turning against Elon Musk. I mean, I saw one comment where they were furious at what he's doing and saying that if he carries out what he's doing with Starlink, that they will be forced to use much more severe tactics. So I always love it when they make these threats, because it means that you're actually getting to them. The other thing I wanted to bring up is the shadow fleet, the oil tankers, which again I saw a chart where they are at the moment, and there's actually
I just covered one in detail before you came on, Peter.
Oh right, okay, but I think the EU or Europe need to grow some balls and seize these things, because again, we have excuses, and they must be, these are illegal and they must be stopped. But I think part of the problem here is that the EU needs to change. I'm going to say that because I supported the EU massively running up to Brexit. But the problem the EU has is they are regulators, and they are trade regulators, basically, which is just to create a level playing field for independent countries to trade one to the other. And by that, the biggest drawback is that they form a committee of countries, if you like. And they always say, if you want to get nothing done, form a committee, because you put an idea out, it gets watered down, somebody objects, somebody else passes it round, they want more research doing, they want more details, and nothing happens. And this is the problem with the EU. There's no one particular person, like there is in America or even Russia, who says, we're going to do this, and everybody falls into line. That's not what the EU is not cut out for war, and they actually need to do something. I don't know, they can kind of instigate some sort of Marshall sort of thing where there's a special...
No, I mean, Peter, if you're saying it doesn't work, the answer isn't to keep trying to say that they need to fix something. Well, all we need to see happen is individual countries in Europe need to do on a bilateral arrangement with Ukraine, directly with Ukraine, say, I'm going to give you this. I'm going to do this for you. I am going to get my planes and fly them over Western Ukraine and do combat air patrols, right? Just do stuff. You're a sovereign nation. Get on and do it. If we all know what needs to be done, we could we could sit around in a committee in the EU and say, you know, Italy makes the best surface-to-air missiles, and France makes the best planes, and you guys, and Sweden makes the best armored fighting vehicle, infantry fighting. You know, you could collectively share information about what you're going to do, but you should just get on with doing it so that Ukraine doesn't need to wait around for a committee that's never going to end, never going to meet, and never going to end, and never come to a conclusion.
Yeah.
What we need to see is countries doing the things they need to do on a bilateral arrangement directly with Ukraine. Just start doing stuff.
Well, yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying there. I mean, at the moment, it reminds me of a big stagnant pool. And it has done for...
Because, you know, I have zero problem with the EU being a trade organization.
No, but at the moment, you feel like somebody needs to chuck a big rock into this pool to make things change. And yes, I mean, one country saying, right, we're not going to tolerate this. We're going to go and do this, that, or other. I mean, what's happened to the shield that they were going to stick over Ukraine? Why haven't they done it? The ships, why are 26? I think it's 26 ships merrily sailing.
And this is the key right now, right? Here's the really good example of if planes is too hard for you. They've all individually and collectively made a statement that they're going to stop Shadow Fleet vessels from plying the Baltic Sea, and anyone at any time could start on one of the 13 that are within arm's reach of one of the countries that signed that memo during the week, and start interdicting, inspecting remotely, inspecting it physically if required, and impounding any vessel that doesn't meet the IMO regulations as required under agreements even Russia and the Soviet Union signed. So just get started doing the stuff that you could do. In fact, that they said they were going to do finally 4 days ago. Nobody started doing it, Peter. This is what we get. This is what we have to see, right? People need to just start doing stuff, and stop having committees. And you know, they're talking about what to put in the 20th sanctions package, some of which I agree with. But if you're not going to enforce the 19 that are out ahead of time, what is the use of writing a 20th sanctions package?
Yeah, I mean, totally. I mean, I was on the site last night, and you know, I mean, a lot of it was a very American site, and I brought up the point that when Zelensky first went to America, he was treated like a god. He was treated like a huge celebrity on both sides of the House. They had standing ovation because that was America. That was America which stood up for democracy and for freedom. And they applauded what Ukraine was doing to fight their war for them, to keep the West together. We have the awful situation now that we have Trump, who is trying to destroy the West, not support the West. And when you see how he treated Zelensky at that meeting in America and how he threw the red carpet out for Putin, you know, they really do have the Kremlin running America. I'm sorry, but that is the fact. That is the truth.
There's only so many obvious things that they do where you can't, you know, once you accept that the United States is on the side of Russia, it all starts to make sense.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, even I mean, I know Ioana is great on this misinformation and stuff on the social media, etc. But the talking points now are very much stuff which Russia has put into there. It's not our problem, it's Europe's problem. We shouldn't be putting our money over there. We're America first, and we want to be isolationist, and we want nothing to do with it. It's not our problem. That's not the talk that used to come from America. So it just shows how much people's minds have been influenced. Again, last night, I mean, I have a very small little drone business which I'm quite creative and artistic, alongside my aviation interests. And I go to a lot of trouble to learn editing, to risk the drone, to get various pictures, which I know could end up with me losing the drone. And then I look on social media now, and AI is creating stuff which is totally fake. It is fake. But I looked at one thread, and it was a camera on the roof of a ceiling pointing directly at a kitchen. And in through the door rushed this Alsatian, and it rushes up to the owner, knocks her flying off her feet, and the whole oven explodes. And I looked at the comments, and oh, amazing. Look what animals are capable of doing. Aren't they wonderful? And, you know, and then there were comments by, come on, it's fake. Can't you see it? And people are generally very, very gullible. I mean, I've grumbled and said, you know, on this fake stuff, you should have AI as a watermark, because we are in the era of fake, and I'm sad to say, people are very gullible. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Shapsta, you're getting very close to your date now, aren't you?
Yeah, I noticed Jenny has a hand up. Did she want to say something in reply to Peter?
You can, but you were up first.
Yeah, Jenny, go ahead if it's a reply to something Peter said.
Yeah, it's really fast. Having one person being in charge and everybody else following sounds very authoritarian. And no, thank you. I prefer the slow democracy. Democracy is slow because you have to get a whole bunch of people in line. Over to you, Shapsta. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. I guess you guys can hear me okay, so that's good. Yeah, we're getting close to the date now, Will. What we got? 15 days to go, I think. So 17th of February is rapidly looming up. This is for the collection of aid for Ukraine at the Hungerford Town Football Club. It's going to run from 9 o'clock till 2, and I should add that the Hungerford Town Football Club is in the UK, for anybody who's not in the UK. It's a collection of stuff. It's not a fundraiser per se. It's not asking for money for anything, but we're asking for all kinds of items to give to Ukraine, and that is done by
the collaboration of Hugs Help Ukraine Group Support and SHAP, Swindon Humanitarian Aid Partnership, who get all this stuff out to Ukraine. We need all kinds of stuff: medical, sanitary, clothes, bedding, electronic stuff, tools, outdoor living kit, food, and pet supplies or pet medication. I'll just go into a little bit of each of these categories. I'm collecting, along with neighbours and friends, over-the-counter medical kit that you can buy, and I when I go to the supermarket, I buy a few ibuprofen painkillers, toothpaste and toothbrushes, and it just all adds up. So the other things that they need are things like hemorrhoid creams and stuff, and I think the reason for that, it may be, and I don't know, perhaps War Doggo or somebody can enlighten us on what the Ukrainians get to, whether they get ration packs. Now, I know the British Army ration packs, I think they're designed to block you up, frankly. So things like hemorrhoid cream and suppositories are important. Medical and surgical supplies and first aid kits. In fact, dressings and bandages can be out of date. As long as they're still sealed, they're still good, they're still sterile. Burns dressings and trauma bandages and yes, that sort of stuff. Moving on to sanitary kit, wet wipes and personal hygiene products, unscented anti-chafe towel called lip balm. Lip balm, I should think, is good. Or they can use stuff like Vaseline for lip protection, because I imagine in the cold weather it's pretty grim. Disposable razors, shaving gel, clothes and footwear. We've already mentioned. Fishnet stockings, but not fishnet stockings. Tights of some sort. They're really warm to wear under clothing. And in fact, when I was in the RAF in the winter as a youngster, we didn't have much kit, and I did go and buy ladies' tights to wear outside under my outside clothing. Clean hiking boots, but boots must be in good condition because the soles crumble if they're really, really old. Good condition trainers and lightweight socks and thicker warm socks as well. Dark fleeces and any military kit that you might have lying around in your attic. Get that out there because that's really needed as well. Jogging bottoms and fresh underwear, dark underwear, beanie hats and gloves. Moving on to bedding, blankets, cellular and fleece blankets only, please. And if you're bringing duvets and pillows, they also must be synthetic, and all of this must be clean, ready to use and unstained. Moving on, electronics, things like phones and iPads. As long as they're working order and have a charger and they've been disentangled from the previous owner, that would be great. Batteries, people bring in batteries, brand new, not used, and power banks, and also binoculars are useful. Tools, all sorts of tools are required. Imagine you're in a vehicle, you haven't got much, and you break down in the middle of nowhere in Ukraine. So things like battery chargers, tyre inflators, jump leads, tow ropes, winches, and even mechanics, general purpose gloves are useful. I know Surf Fella at the moment is trying to get some generators. I think these aren't little generators. These are pretty big generators through his father and the Rotary Club at the moment. And also, not to forget tenon saws and axes, which seems a curious thing, but they, I believe, are used for cutting up the scenery to make camouflage. Moving on then, outdoor living, tents, minimum of a 2-person tent, ground sheets to go with it, and tarpaulins and whatnot, sleeping bags, water purification tablets, thermos flasks, and Then moving on, food can be dried rations such as rice, pasta, porridge. Tinned food's okay, but not anything in jars. Tea and coffee and dried fruit and stuff like that. Pet supplies. Now, it says pet supplies. I've got a friend whose wife is a veterinary nurse, and she's getting quite a bit of veterinary medication. The veterinary medication can be out of date, provided that it's not excessively so. People need to make their own judgment on that. And that really is about it. I hate droning on with the sound of my own voice. I wish somebody else would do this. But it's got to be done.
It must be done. And
Exactly.
you're
Yeah.
got it down pat.
So just to recap on this, it's Tuesday, the 17th of February at the Hungerford Town Football Club, and bring along everything you have. We get people turn up. They've gone and done their weekly shop, I think, and they just bring in loads of stuff on the day. It's all brand new and unopened. It's fantastic. Well, I can't say any more about it, really. Just come down there. There's tea and coffee for everybody that turns up. I started doing this because I turned up one day and I noticed there was these old ladies trying to sort out and make head nor tail of tools and things. Well, I'm an engineer, so I knew what I was looking at, but they didn't, and they were so grateful. I ended up spending the day there, and I've been back to every one of these donation days ever since. I wish I didn't have to go, but it's got to be done.
Have you hopped in the truck and taken it all over to Ukraine yet? Gone on that part of the road trip? Or
yeah, Will, I would
strictly inside
absolutely.
England?
I would love to, Will. Unfortunately, due to the nature of my work, my company don't allow me to go to certain countries. And Ukraine, unfortunately, is one of them. I have had the offer of co-driving out to the border, and I have actually explored trying to see if my company can get me back from Poland free of charge, rather than finding my own flight back, because we do fly into Rzeszów occasionally. So yeah, that's it. Thanks, Will. And yeah, the days are getting short now to this too, so I will be wanting to come up here a bit more and talk some more.
No worries. Well, I mean, I'm here with Ioana every Monday.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate it. And yeah, good work. Thanks very much for all you're doing. Managed to get on. Well, Yanni saw me last night. I was on Tracy's site, space, and that
The
went.
Northern Birds.
Yeah, I never used to be able to tell Mockers and Tracy apart, but it's patently obvious now. But that was early days. But yeah, I spoke on there last night, and the conversation diversified quite a bit, which was, I like that when it does do that, as long as it's not taking up masses of time. But that's me, and thanks very much, Will, for allowing me up.
Cheers, Shasta, and good luck to you guys. I'll talk to you in about a week. Now I've got a blue dot by Ioana as co-host. Are you still functioning, Ioana? We may have a co-host down. Well, hopefully we'll pull her back up. Nale, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How are you, Will?
Doing well.
Ioana. That's good. Ioana's putting her thumbs down because I'm up here yapping away again.
No. She's telling us that she it doesn't function.
Yeah, all right. And great work, Shasta. It's always good to hear of your charity work.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
That's great. I wanted to ask the persons that are wiser than me, which are many, because I read that when the Venezuela thing was going on, they seized some cargo ships as well that were carrying arms shipments from Russia to Venezuela. What are they able to even send them by now? And question number two, I heard that they are building T-90 tanks, 25 units per month. So that would be what, 200 and 300 tanks a year almost. So is that true?
So the Chelyabinsk tank factory making approximately 300 T90s a year. I think that was their target. Yes, but remember, they started working 4 days a week because they couldn't get all the materials they needed, and they wanted to save money because everybody's it's getting tight for everybody. But yes, the estimate of what they can make is supposed to be 300, about 300 a year. So that part's true. What was the first question?
About the arms shipments to Venezuela from Russia. What are they even able to send anymore? Is it like rusty AK-47s?
Yeah, nothing. I mean, I think they were asking for more air defense systems, and frankly, Russia doesn't have any to spare. And you can do better, frankly, than the Russian systems. The Frankensams produced by Ukraine. You don't see them going off and flying into their own apartment buildings like you do regularly in Russia with the Pantsir, and even the S-300, S-400 systems. Those, we pay a lot for our weapons in the Western countries and the liberal democracies. We pay a lot for them, but they are produced on competitive tender, and they do tend to work very, very well. Even better than what's written on the side of the tin sometimes. So yeah, you get what you pay for, really. And I really don't know what Russia could afford to send anybody at this point.
Yeah, I thought as much. So,
but I know they're building they're building some new accommodation and training grounds and mess halls and bunkers and revetments and shit up there near you near Finland. A mere 170 kilometers from Finland, Russia has been furiously developing an area as if they are going to occupy it for attack or defense against Finland, but I'm sure nobody's sweating on that side of the border. It was reported like it's very, very serious that Russia's doing this. When I'm thinking, yeah, okay, go ahead. It's not like you're going to invade Finland next.
Yeah, I mean, who cares what these clowns are doing by our border? Nothing's gonna happen, and since I'm fairly old, let's just say that. But during my youth, the Cold War was still going on, and they had like way more troops by our border than they have now, or even could have now. So go right ahead and waste your stupid resources on trying to scare us or something.
Yeah, precisely. Spend all the money you want on building buildings and concrete structures as if you're going to attack us from there. Yeah, because they haven't got the troops to man it, and they haven't got the kit to park in any of the facilities that they built there. So yeah, and nobody is scared of Russia anymore. Mick Ryan produced a really his summary of why there won't be any Putin won't go for a ceasefire now is all the stuff we've been talking about for weeks here, including the fact that his economy's all shifted to that he would suffer a defeat and have nothing to show for it for his population. He'd be subject to internal strife and revolt. And what are you going to do with hundreds of thousands of soldiers that come home that go into, they're very worried about that. He may call them Russia's elites, but they're doing a lot of crime when they get back home. And he's fucked his economy and turned himself into a vassal state of China, essentially. So he can't afford to have the war end, and so it won't. But nobody's afraid of Russia anymore. This is the thing that's really good. And you know, we built this up during the Cold War, Finn, you and I, or Nale, because that's also the period I grew up in, and everybody treated the Soviet Union like it was big and scary, and that we'd better be on our guard and maintain our capabilities and all this. But after the Cold War ended, people wanted their peace dividend and started ignoring it. But that mentality, now that Russia's come back, is that they're big and scary. They're not big and scary at all. And frankly, their equipment is second rate. They can't use mass in the manner they intend to. Can't use aren't capable of doing maneuver warfare. They killed off 90% of all of their competent soldiers prior to the war commencing, and now they're just filled up with conscripts and press gang people under contract and not soldiers, meat, and with a few officers that can keep them all pointed in the right direction, and some Chechens to herd them toward the front lines and shoot them if they retreat, that sort of thing. They're not capable as a military. Frankly, they were supposed to be the world's second best, most equipped, second most powerful military in the world, and they're actually a third-rate military. They're not capable of meeting any of their military objectives in Ukraine. Ukraine was not prepared for a war. Ukraine was surprised by a war and still managed to defeat Russia's initial onslaught and take away half of their gains in those initial periods, so that Russia now holds 12%, 20% of the country, and has gained a whopping 21% in the last year, 12% since they started in 2022, discounting the portion of Luhansk and Donetsk that they took surreptitiously with their fake militants in there. They have taken 12% net, an additional 12% in 4 whole years, with 1.2 million casualties. Mick Ryan's other line is they're moving slower than the French did in the Somme and the Germans did in the Somme when they were moving in trench warfare in the First World War, going nowhere. This is why this warfare gets compared to the First World War, because the lines aren't going anywhere for years. The difference is the first-person drone and infiltration has allowed warfare to go on, but the lines really aren't moving much at all. And when they have moved, they've moved rapidly, because Ukraine is capable of doing maneuver warfare. Whether you're talking Kharkiv or Kherson, or most recently in Kupiansk, and down in Pokrovsk area when they cut the Dobrpilia bunny ears off that time. Ukraine, when capable of doing it, including Kursk, can do maneuver warfare, and Russia can't. So Russia isn't. They're a third-rate military, and they're hosted in a second. Actually, yeah, in a third-rate economy as well. They got nothing going on. That's sure that they can produce 300 T-90 tanks a year. Whoop-de-doo. They lose probably 3 times that. So they really aren't militarily capable, but they're dangerous, right? This is the thing. They can still throw weapons at civilians, and they still are so many of them over there, because even if they're just meat, they've still got enough kit left that they're very dangerous and they can throw weapons into civilian areas across the border or across the front lines. And they operate first-person drones with fiber so that they can hunt people behind the enemy lines, and they use Starlink. You know, they're opportunistic killers, but they're not really acting like a real military anymore. They're kind of like they're the insurgents fighting a war, but they're not acting like the second largest army in the world. That's for sure. Nali, go back to you again.
Yeah, just a final thought on this barracks project that they are having, because Russia is corrupt, of course, beyond all recognition. So they can't build anything decent. And then who joins the Russian military? People from Siberia mostly, and Far East, and the poor regions that are not ethnically Russian even. So they build this thing poorly in the middle of the woods and fill it up with people who are freezing in Siberia and transporting them to our border to freeze there. That's a winning concept, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Move your misery around. That way, they won't talk to each other, I guess, as much. I don't know. Yeah. Yenny.
I just wanted to ask Natalie, this little whatever where they're gonna train troops for Ukraine in Russia, that base, is that the same one where Stubb was talking about like maybe a month ago, where he said like they have always had a base there and so far they haven't dared attacking, and they're probably not gonna do anything as stupid as that now either. Not yet. Do you know?
Yeah, I think it's in the same area, but it's not the. Well, wait a moment. I think it is the same base that they are adding on to more barracks and stuff like that. I think that would be the correct answer for your question.
Thank you. I thought it was the same one. Um, and they used to have more troops. From his statement, what he said was before the full-scale invasion, they had more troops there, like prior to the invasion, and now they have moved them and killed them off in Ukraine, and so this will just be back to normal, I guess. So not much has really changed. Thank you.
Yeah, so they're well, in scare quotes, upgrading the base. Whatever that means for Russians, I don't know.
It means
Yeah,
that
I
they're
don't know.
idiots.
I think that means they concrete some of the buildings in rather than just dug out floors with timber walls.
Probably
Uh,
yes.
so some of those old barracks are the only things. The really, really, really old, scary looking Soviet barracks have, in some places in the center of the country, near Chelyabinsk and all that, been converted to housing for people because they don't, they're not building any social housing at all. So they've converted some really ancient military barracks where people froze to death in the 30s and 40s into housing that people can freeze in today. It's a really nice thing. Return back in the USSR. You know how wonderful you are. Peter.
Yeah, well, I just wanted your opinion. You were talking about these tanks the Russians are building, and I'd say, instincts are that tanks are kind of yesteryear. I mean, we saw how that robot kept all the Russian forces back. It was just a robot which was shooting at and you wonder whether really tanks and helicopters are kind of like old hat. They're kind of
Well, kind of, but the thing is, a tank's still a pretty dangerous item in certain circumstances. It's just you have to generate circumstances where it can be used effectively, because it's not a wonder weapon that does everything all by itself. And helicopters, don't write off the helicopters obsolete, or if you're taking them out of your army, I'm going to beef up on them in my army, because pilots in Romanian aircraft, and they should be flying combat air patrols over Ukraine in conjunction with agreements directly with Ukraine. That's how this should be done, because that's the quickest way to get it done. And that's the first country that says they're going to start doing that. I'll bet you they end up being NATO planes, because other people will get in. But somebody's got to be brave enough to step up and say, I've had enough. We're going to start flying combat air patrols in the west of Ukraine to shoot down murder death weapons from Russia, and not put ourselves in any danger of a Russian aircraft or ground based surface air systems. but we're going to stop the killing of Russia by shooting down their drones and their missiles where we can.
Yeah, I
We're,
mean that's the umbrella, and that's what I mean. We've called for this time and time and time again, and it comes back to the fact that I don't know if it's kind of like it's been throughout the whole war where all these countries are petrified of escalation, and I mean we had it in the Biden era. We've had it all the way through. I mean, the one thing that Russia are brilliant at, it is manipulating social media, manipulating people, putting fear into people's hearts and minds by making empty threats. And they are brilliant at that because they've had decades and decades and decades of controlling their own people. So that's what they do.
you're not wrong. Ioana, we're getting close to the end time. Is there any, not the end times, but the end of our segment? Is there anything you want to cover before we go? Before I have a bit of a rant?
Yeah, so I heard you were talking about Russia mobilizing people from Far East and sending them to the front or where Russia decides it needs people. I have this extensive article in Romanian press about Russia's efforts for mobilization because Putin didn't call a general mobilization, but they try creative ways of mobilizing people, including pressuring those who have debts, mobilizing from prisons, or mobilizing people who really don't understand Russian and are misled into signing contracts. So this is about foreigners. So this is an extensive article talking about many venues for recruiting or trying to have people into the army from North Korea, from Cuba, from Bangladesh, from India, even from Iraq. Apparently, 5,000 people were recruited from Iraq, and Iraq is not very happy about it. And according to the Ukrainian sources, then they estimate over 18,000 foreigners that fought on the Russian side, and according to the same Ukrainian agency, 3,400 are dead right now. So 40 countries, they have, Ukraine has prisoners from 40 countries. Of course, prisoners because they fought on the Russian side. So this is quite an interesting article, quite long. It takes information from several sources, including the Russian Medusa, which is independent, and other sources. Just to have an idea about how the Russian invasion, genocidal invasion of Ukraine, is portrayed in Romanian media, I have at least 3 articles today and at least 2 others that are connected, talking about American politics and European politics, like the 20th package of sanction or what is happening in Slovakia, because actually Europe is a little bit upset with Slovakia because it took some steps in order to dismantle the whistleblower capacity in Slovakia, and Europe is saying that, yeah, this is not very good. Back to the American side, so I've just read, yeah, it's strange because it's about Russia. Peskov confirmed that there will be, again, negotiations 4 and 5 February. They were supposed to take place yesterday on 1st of February, but they were postponed because of the situation in Iran. And apparently the American side was ready to talk, so the negotiations were postponed to 4th and 5th of February, so this week. But Dmitriev is in Florida, in Miami, and he met there with, of course, the best negotiators that U.S. has, Witkoff, Kushner, Besant, and another name that I don't know. Let me check this again. It's really a name that I didn't know. But anyway, yeah, Dmitriev posted about this. Again in Miami, he wrote and he used emoji because, of course, he is very proficient in social media. He used the pigeon and an olive branch because, of course, he claims that he's talking about peace. I don't know how he's talking about peace, taking into account that all the people that he is meeting have nothing to do with diplomatic military experience. So again, it's Witkoff, Scott Bessent, Jared Kushner, and Josh Gruenbaum, the White House counselor. I don't know if you know something
Well,
about this.
he's one of the guys that's sitting on the new Trump UN peace thing.
Yeah, something like this.
You know,
Talking about
Trump's
UN.
Peace Club, whatever it's called.
Yeah, the peace board. I don't know. I mean, that's a joke.
And so speaking of bullshit, I mean that's why he's there, right? A totally unrelated thing, the Gaza peace thing becomes the peace board, and then he wants to expand it into covering the whole world. So to try to give it some sort of credibility, this Josh Greenbaum guy just starts showing up at the Ukraine things. At what point does Ukraine say, sorry, I'm going to negotiate with the Russians, but the Americans aren't ready, so we're not going to have the meetings? How about you guys sort it all out, Russia and America, and you know, I guess, and then tell us when you're all ready to talk, because you're going and having another chat in Florida. This is absolute bullshit in the extreme, and what Dmitriev's doing there is exactly that thing from bullshit. You know, just trying to get the emotional response on it. I don't I don't understand why anybody who's seriously involved in international affairs and covers this in an international or national media says the 20-point peace plan that was agreed to under coercion by Ukraine 5 weeks ago, Trump said, we'll give him a few weeks. A few, in my mind, is 3 weeks. He's not even being precise anymore. So Ukraine gets coerced into signing a deal that had some things in it which I thought were dog shit, but it did have 6 things in it which I believe were absolute poison pills to Russia. So that plan was to go back to Russia by the end of January and have a discussion and have a response from Putin. If Ukraine has agreed to that plan, the next obvious thing is Russia agrees to the 20-point plan. If not, say you don't agree to it openly, and I guess give us your ambit claim. Come back with a different proposal. But that's not what we're seeing. Trump is allowing these things to just peter off into nothingness. They're continually trying to trap Ukraine into a bad deal, and then when Ukraine outmaneuvers them, they just move on like the previous couple of meetings didn't even fucking happen. Stop going to meetings. Stop wasting your time talking to people who are bad faith actors. The Americans involved are incompetent in this area, and they are not acting in the best interest of America or of Ukraine or of liberal democracy. They are working in the best interest of the Trump family and his friends alone. That's the Steve Witkoff is $31 million richer today. The day before the inauguration, his company was enriched by 31 million US dollars by a UAE company to buy into this Liberty Financial crypto scheme that Trump's came up with, and they paid for part of Witkoff's imaginary stake in this thing. They paid him $31 million. They paid the Trump family, the ugly one and the cocaine addict, they paid them $176 million a day before Trump was inaugurated. In secret, his family and his cronies get all this money from Dubai to buy into this crypto scheme, and the crypto scheme, it's going to need some power, and so we're going to get that from, I mean, these guys are mobsters, and that facts that I just told you, the $31 million to Witkoff is how he's in the room. and $31 million and $176 million to the Trump family are in secret would end the political career of any president or prime minister or any other leader in the world if Trump weren't colluding with Russia to stay on top, and if Russia, as long as they can put up this act that they're still a major world power with nuclear weapons, this farcical dance will go on. But Ukraine needs to be brave enough to say no to a shitty deal and to stop going to discussions if they're not going anywhere, because it's a waste of time. Ukraine needs to get from its friends things which can end this war, like long range strike capabilities, missiles that can make it all the way into Yekaterinburg, all the way into Omsk, all the way into Chelyabinsk, and go through the tops and blanket these factories where they make Iskanders, and blanket the factory where they make the Kinzhals, and blanket the factories where they make Garans with munitions, the way that Britain or America or France or anybody in NATO would do if they were in a war with a country that was using ballistic missiles on them. Take out the fucking missile factories and the drone factories with long-range strikes. Equip Ukraine to do that. Help them get to that point. Either build it with them, build it in Ukraine, or hand them over stocks that you've got, and take the fucking leash off of them, folks. We got to absolutely see factories on fire in the center of Russia. We know exactly where these factories are. They're in Yelabuga. They're in Yekaterinburg. They're in Votkinsk. They're in Tuva. We can walk you to where all these things are, and they need to have big fucking holes through the roof and massive explosions inside so that they can blow up all the Chinese and European CNC machines that people have still been selling them. This war would end, and it is cheaper, far cheaper, to equip Ukraine to kick Russia's ass than it is to continually starve them of air defense missiles. Even the measly amount of air defense missiles that are provided to Ukraine, which Russia overwhelms with its production of ballistic missiles. That's the way this game works, is you can always produce more missiles than they can shoot down. You can always overwhelm a system, and that's what they're doing. The way to stop a short-range ballistic missile war is the same way you stop a nuclear war. You equip both sides with the capability to deliver strategic long-range strikes, and they do it for a while, and they both decide this isn't going to work anymore. But Russia still thinks their program is going to work, and Ukraine has not yet developed the full capability to answer in kind. Russia has been allowed to expand its capacity of manufacturing. Don't worry about tanks, Peter. 300 tanks a year could be a minor. I don't think anybody's going to lose that much sleep over it. But 700 Iskander missiles a year and Kinzhal missiles a year, those are big numbers. Russia is putting all of its serious effort into making sure that it can produce all the Kinzhal, all the ballistic and cruise missiles it needs each year, and that's what has to be struck. Two places. They need to have ATACMS or an analog of the ATACMS, many Storm Shadows, many ATACMS, to get within about 300 kilometers of the front line. They need to be able to have intelligence capabilities, which they have, to be able to identify when they launch Iskander ballistic missiles in short-range ballistic missiles or the S-300, 400 complexes. They need good intelligence with time on target, and they need the tool to be able to deliver the counterstrike to knock out those missile launchers as soon as they fire. Those capabilities are doable right now if there's the will to do it. The second thing they need is long-range strike capabilities to wipe out that Yelabuga factory, wipe out its carbon fiber factory to the north of it, and wipe out its oxygen production plant to the northwest of it. Then go to Votkinsk and just look at the map. The half of the entire town is a rocket factory. Just wipe that son of a bitch off the map. And then go back into Yekaterinburg. This is the hard one. Look around a little bit, because you got to find you've got to find a specific factory there. But when you find it, the design bureau where they're making and testing the Iskanders and other Yars missiles and that, you knock that design bureau and factory out in Yekaterinburg. That one's a little harder to find. But Votkinsk and Yelabuga are standing out like the proverbial dog's bollocks, and they ought to be wiped out. We know that they can make it there. We've seen them make it out to there with small drones, with a thing that looked like a Cessna 157, a F-22, a very small ultralight bomb, but it can't carry a big load. What we need to see is flamingos or something of that ilk all the way out there in Yekaterinburg. Every 20 meters down the spine of that main factory building, it's going to take about 20 of them. And you just blanket that thing with those things. So they don't have those tools yet. And because they don't have those tools, Russia has ramped up to the fact that they can make 700 Iskanders a year now. And they're using them as fast as they produce them, each and every month on Ukraine. A few days rest, and then they smash them. A few days rest, and then they smash them with a big complex attack with the drones and everything. When they do that one day, you got to knock out the missile launchers when they launch them, and or hit those factories. They'll stop having the capability to produce them because too many people are still selling them all the kit that they need to get to 700 missiles a year. No one will help Ukraine shoot down the missiles and drones by putting combat air patrols in the air. Ukraine can't do that themselves. You can't snap your fingers and make a pilot. That you have to provide these things to Ukraine. You have to engage in being a liberal democracy and saving liberal democracy from the authoritarians like Putin, who spent 30 or 40 years infiltrating and taking over key positions in the United States government and influencing them so that they'll get in collusion with him to try to ruin the world for the rest of us. But there are still liberal democracies in the world that function well enough that if you recognize this problem and you engage with Ukraine directly right now to fix it, it won't be at your doorstep. But Russia's going to keep producing 700 Iskander missiles every year until they're not capable to do so, because this is where Europe's at now. The short-range ballistic missile and medium-range ballistic missile war is coming to you next. And Russia will hit a few of your cities and threaten you with what's going to happen if you don't give them everything they want. That's not me saying that. That's Solovyev saying that on TV just yesterday. So this makes no sense to me, that Russia gets more support from Texas Instruments and Ubiquity and high-tech providers in the world than we're allowing Ukraine to have. That's the truth. Ukraine can't produce 700 Iskander missiles or ATACMS missiles a year, but Russia can, because somebody's still selling them the kit. Even if they're tripling the price. The Chinese are apparently taking them to town heavily on anything they'll provide Ukraine or provide Russia, but they're still getting it at the end of the day. So Ukrainian sanctions are the best sanctions, is what I'm saying. There's nothing better. No drop of oil will leave Russia if Ukraine knocks out the terminals and the refineries. Ukrainian sanctions. And if you knock out all those, they're not going to be able to afford to buy the high-tech kit that goes to the factories. But if anybody still sells them high-tech kit to go to the factories, you got to go hit the factories. And there are not that many factories. There's a dozen big factories in Russia that could absolutely gut their capability to carry out their strategic drone and missile campaign. If that's what you want to, if that's your next target, it would be my target. I would all first that we're passing it now, but I still would black out all of Western Russia. Make them live in the conditions they've been trying to force on Ukraine. Détente works by punching the bully back in the face harder and the same as what he's just done to you. That's the way deterrence works. And Russia hasn't been getting appropriately deterred in this war the whole time because Ukraine lacks some of the capabilities to do it. And we all remain so weak, we won't give Ukraine the tools to do it. I guess in hope that the bully goes away, but he's not going away. He's just going to keep going and keep going and keep going in Ukraine until they get tired, you get tired, we all quit and say, oh, well, we'll settle that. And then 6 months later, he's built up a stock of 350 Iskanders and he's ready to have a go at, I don't know, pick who's next. Poland, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, probably, He could flood those places with Iskanders if they didn't do what he said. And that's what he'll tell them. He'll fire 3 and say, now give in or you get the full lot. That's the way he's working. And that's what he'll do in this case. That's my rant. It's up there. Ukraine Battle Map wrote a really good essay on this that just inspired that rant. It's up there in the nest, and you can read it for yourself. And that's all the news I have for today, other than, of course, Madgar's birds hunting down of the trio of Yobliks. That's well worth a watch because, yeah, those sticks. If you got 2 sticks, you can apparently think you're told you can survive drone attack with 2 sticks, 1 in each hand, if you're Russian, I think. So we'll close out our questions, and then Ioana we'll say good evening after that. Peter, go ahead.
Will, that was absolutely brilliant what you've just been saying, and kind of I agree 110% with every word that you said. I think Europe need to wake up, and they need to realize that appeasement or running scared of Russia is just going to create massive problems for them in the future, and not just problems with other countries, but problems with immigration, because no young families are going to want to stay under Russia. And what you've just said is exactly what needs to be done. The source of these missiles need to be hit and taken out. I mean, if we go right back to the beginning, when Russia were supposedly having a military exercise around Ukraine, and the West was paranoid if they thought Russia was going to attack, if somebody had had the guts to have sent fighter aircraft in, sent troops in, sent ships into the Black Sea, and said, we're going to do a military exercise with Ukraine. Don't worry about it, Russia. It's only a military exercise. But when your military exercise finishes, ours will finish. Think of all the trillions in mass inflation that this has caused, throughout the world. Think of all the trillions which would have been saved. And it just shows that weakness against Russia does not work. Also, it's kind of like completely mad to think that these peace negotiations they're just can kicking. And I'm sure that Putin liaises with Trump, who has his billionaires club, who have all got little secret deals waiting to happen when he can lift sanctions so that they can make a fortune out of it. I'm sure they work this out between them. You know, Trump says, look, I can't appear to support you this much. You know, I have to make some threats, but don't worry, they'll just be threats. They'll be hot air, and then we'll have an excuse that you want another peace negotiation, and we have to give you time. It's can kicking, and the sooner again people realise that it is all fake, the better. Anyway, thank you very much. It was a brilliant talk of yours.
Thanks, Peter. Lexi, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I certainly agree with both of you. So this Josh Grunbaum, or whatever he's named, who's on the board of peace for the world now, is he's working for the government now, but he comes out of the private sector. He's a specialist in mergers and acquisitions. You know, he's there for the money talks. Um, I heard that from he's been in since sessions. If was it last week's sessions at least?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they want him heavily involved when this area, this enclave in the Donbass gets created. You know, the
yeah,
free trade zone thing.
that's right. And they've got all these contacts, and they're already allocating the franchises and so on. So yeah, now the thing that's comforting to all of us is we know damn well that this Ukrainian team has got all of these clever people led by Budnov, and they're not one bit fooled. Ukraine will not be the party to say no, so they will continue. They will continue to shut the Americans down as needed every time they want to start talking about territories. Uh, uh, Concessions of Ukrainian territories. So it's just not going to happen. But in the face of, you know, the toddler in chief, they have to keep on agreeing to talk. So we know that that happens. Um, yeah, I also saw that big article on the actual systematic um, uh, what course of materials that's being leaked in from China via various countries to enable Russia to maintain the physical plant they need and the components they need to build up these weapons. I picked up from one of the Ukrainian channels, probably TSN. I don't think it was TSN. Anyway, that as far as protecting the Western Ukrainian skies, both Poland and Romania have said they will not allow their airfields to be used for this purpose. So that's really encouraging. Um, Another thing I wanted to say that, uh, yeah, I picked up from was on a Zoom on Sunday with some Ukrainian women who are helping out women in the women refugees and women in the recovered territories that de-occupied and various territories, but specifically on the border cities, regions of Sumy and Chernihiv, both. Chernihiv is villages that border on both Belarus and Russia. And they are saying from both of those areas that there is a drone safari going on. Drones are coming across the border and attacking in these villages. They're largely depopulated of men because the working age men have gone to the front and maybe to some industries, but there are very few men left, and a lot of the young people have fled to other areas, displaced, those with young children mostly. The schools are a fifth their size. But anyway, so they are helping. And so it's mostly older people, older women. And so amazing conversation. But one of the things that that their life is being destroyed by is this drone safari. So that news also has to be spread more widely. Um, it's just really dismaying to hear. I mean, we had an older woman talking about how frightening it is to have this sound. It's like a sewing machine, she says, sound, and you don't know if they're hunting you or just following you to spy on you. It's anyway, that was really frightening. So I think that the main thing is that Ukraine isn't yet at the level of production that it's going to be itself able to, like these, we have yet to see the flamingos in the numbers and power that it's going to need for Ukraine to do this. But I continue to hope that's happening. And I just say in general, what you hear from the Ukrainians every time they speak. And I think that Zelensky has been making some very good speeches over the last several days. They have really got an understanding of what's going on. And while they're building up their flamingos or whatever, they know this is going to be months. They've got months and years to go, and they're not going to be flummoxed by a lot of this Russian-inspired American propaganda. And so the fight goes on. There, I've just got confidence in the Ukrainian team, and that's all we can do is support Ukraine in all the ways they can, including these small groups that help the people in every kind of situation across the territory, and carry on and have confidence in Budanov. Back to you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Lexi. Yeah, look, the poll that War Doggo brought up earlier shows that, right? That it's incredibly frustrating because we know the answers. To have this, to be talking about this going on for a year, 2 more, 3 more years, but Ukrainians are very realistic about it, as the poll indicated. Nobody expects it to end this year. Everybody expects Russia to act exactly like they are. Nobody trusts America anymore, and so we proceed with what aid they can cobble together and the speed at which the European and Australian and Britain and Canada can help them. You know, they'll work their way out of this problem, but it's going to be years. They know it, and they're not ready to give up. So we shouldn't be ready to give up helping them either. I'll just note, for those of you who are waiting to see the flamingo in action, that Russia has forward based it's moved several of its Tu-95 bombers to Alina and Engels Air Base, which they always do from Ukrainka. They move them over to the west the day or two before they'll do another major attack. So it looks like another major attack will be coming up tonight or tomorrow night in Ukraine. And if they had time on target information for when those planes landed in Alina and Engels, it certainly would be nice time for a long range cruise missile attack on those air bases. Just saying. I'm just saying, if they had the tools in their hand, it'd be a good night to see them attack Engels Air Force Base while they're loading those Tu-95s up with cruise missiles to take on their next little foray toward Ukraine. That's the last bit of news I've got that just came up while we're talking. Ioana, did you have any last story or anything you want to add before we close down?
I do want Ukraine to take out those planes, but then Trump will call Putin and said, "Oh, it's not okay to hit the docked planes, and Russia will have to retaliate," as if Russia is not retaliating every single day and against civilians. And yes, about these negotiations, I wanted to point out that Kirill Dmitriev is the head of the Russian Investment Fund, and all the people involved from the American side seems to be more interested in financial or economic benefits, not in peace. They call it peace negotiation, but actually it's stealing something or obtaining something on on
Yeah, exactly. They're only interested in the money they're going to make off the stolen territories, factories, and mines that are in the area they're talking about.
exactly. And Russia is not interested in peace because we know the consequences of a peace right now. Rubio said that there is just 1 point left, just 1 point, and this is, Donbass, Ukraine ceding the unoccupied part of Donbass, which Ukraine cannot do because it's a fortified line and also for quite significant cities. And Lavrov, I think, commented immediately that actually, no, it's not just 1 point, it's more complicated than that. And the main political commentator in Kommersant is kind of defending Trump. He says, "Oh, Trump has a lot on his plate." That's the title of the article. So yeah, it's just Maskirovka again and again and again, hiding beneath, layers and layers of disinformation. So yeah, I know it's quite late. I think we can end this space. There are a lot of things to add, but what I want to say is that Russia is a terrorist state. Russia will not stop until it's stopped. And Europe must do something to defend its own interests because Ukraine is one of the interests of Europe and it's quite important. And yeah, I think we can end now the space if you want.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, 2 hours always turns into 2.5 hours, but yeah, we could probably go on for 4. But thanks again for the time today, and folks, if you have an opportunity, help out the Proactive fundraiser or any of the other ones that are up in the right-hand side of the nest because they need the help during winter. And, as we've been talking about, it doesn't matter which one you want to help. Every little bit counts. And that we'd really appreciate it. And so would War Doggo. And so would Andre and Vladimir and Gerza and everybody who we talk to periodically. So if you enjoy what we do here, try to help out one of the fundraisers in the nest. Thanks very much. And Slava Ukraini.